Chapter 13 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. It was a pretty morning, 2 weeks after Julia's dance, and blue and lavender shadows, frayed with midsummer sunshine, waggled gaily across the grass beneath the trees of the tiny orchard, but trembled with timidity as they hurried over the abnormal surfaces of Mrs. Silver as she sat upon the steps of the back porch. Her right hand held in security one end of a leather leash. The other end of the leash was fastened to a new collar about the neck of an odd and fascinating dog. Seated upon the brick walk at her feet, he was regarding her with a gravity that seemed to discomfort her. She was unable to meet his gaze, and constantly averted her own whenever it furtively descended to his. In fact, her expression and manner were singular, denoting embarrassment, personal hatred, and a subtle bedazzlement. She could not look at him, yet could not keep herself from looking at him. There was something here that arose out of the depths of natural character. It was intrinsic in the two personalities, that is to say, and was in addition to the bitterness consequent upon a public experience just past, which had been brought upon Mrs. Silver partly by the dog's appearance, in particular the style and color of his hair, and partly by his unprecedented actions in her company upon the highway. She addressed him angrily, yet with a profound uneasiness. "Dog," she said, "you ain't feelin' as skittish as what you did little while ago, is you? My glory, I dest would like to lay my hand to you hide once, mister. I'd take and lam you this livin' minute if I were right sure you wouldn't take and bite me." She jerked the leash vindictively, upon which the dog at once sat up on his haunches, put his forepaws together above his nose in an attitude of prayer, and looked at her inscrutably from under the great bang of hair that fell like a black chrysanthemum over his forehead. Beneath this woolly lambrequin his eyes were visible as two garnet sparks of which the colored woman was only too nervously aware. She gasped. "Look-a-here, dog, who's went and asked you to take and pray for him?" He remained motionless and devout. "My goodness," she said to him, "if you goin' to keep on thisaway, what you is bein', I'm goin' to go up and go 'way from here, right now." Then she said a remarkable thing. "Listen here, mister, I ain't never lose no grandchild, and I ain't goin' 'dopt no stranger for one, neither." The explanation rests upon the looks and manners of him whom she addressed. This dog was of a kind at the top of dog kingdoms. His size was neither insignificant nor great. Probably his weight would have been between a fourth and a third of a St. Bernard's. He had the finest head for adroit thinking that is known among dogs, and he had an athletic body, the forepart muffled and lost in a mass of corded black fleece, but the rest of him sharply clipped from the chest aft. And his trim, slim legs were clipped, though tufts were left at his ankles and at the tip of his short tail, with two upon his hips like fanciful buttons of an imaginary jacket. For thus have such dogs been clipped to a fashion proper and comfortable for them ever since, and no doubt long before, an imperial Roman sculptor so chiseled one in bas relief. In brief, this dog, who caused Kitty Silver so much disquietude as she sat upon the back steps at Mr. Atwater's, belonged to that species of which no Frenchman ever sees a specimen without smiling and murmuring, "Caniche!" He was that golden-hearted little clown of all the world, a French poodle. To arrive at what underlay Mrs. Silver's declaration that she had never lost a grandchild and had no intention of adopting a stranger in the place of one, it should be first understood that in many respects she was a civilized person. The quality of savagery, barbarism, or civilization in a tribe may be tested by the relations it characteristically maintains with domestic animals, and tribes that eat dogs are often inferior to those inclined to ceremonial cannibalism. Likewise, the civilization barbarism or savagery of an individual may be estimated by the same test, which sometimes gives us evidence of sporadic reversions to mud. Such reversions are the stomach priests. Whatever does not minister to their own bodily inwards is a parasite. Dogs are parasites. They should not live because to fat and eat them somehow appears uncongenial. Kill dogs and feed pigs, they write to the papers, and with a Velasquez available would burn it rather than go chilly. Kill dogs, feed pigs, and let me eat the pigs, they cry. Even under no great stress, these stern economists, who have not noticed how wasteful the Creator is proved to be if he made themselves. They take the strictly intestinal view of life. It is not intelligent. Parasite bacilli will get them in the end. Mrs. Silver was not of these. True, she sometimes professed herself averse to all animals, but this meant nothing more than her unwillingness to have her work increased by their introduction into the Atwater household. No, the appearance of the dog had stirred something queer and fundamental within her. All colored people look startled the first time they see a French poodle, but there is a difference. Most colored men do not really worry much about being colored, but many colored women do. In the expression of a colored man when he looks at a black and woolly French poodle there is something fonder and more indulgent than there is in the expression of a colored woman when she looks at one. In fact, when some colored women see a French poodle, they have the air of being insulted. Now, when Kitty Silver had first set eyes on this poodle, an hour earlier, she looked, and plainly was, dumbfounded. Never in her life had she seen a creature so black, so incredibly black, or with hair so kinky, so incredibly kinky. Julia had not observed Mrs. Silver closely, nor paused to wonder what thoughts were rousing in her mind, but bade her to take the poodle forth for exercise outdoors, and keep him strictly upon the leash. Without protest, though wearing a unique expression, Kitty obeyed. She walked round the block with this mystifying dog, and during the promenade had taken place the episode that so upset her nerves. She had given a little jerk to the leash, speaking sharply to the poodle in reproach for some lingering near a wonderful sidewalk smell, imperceptible to anyone except himself. Instantly the creature rose and walked beside her on his hind legs. He continued to parade in this manner, rapidly, but nevertheless as if casually, without any apparent inconvenience, and Mrs. Silver, never having seen a dog do such a thing before, for more than a yard or so, and then only under the pressure of many inducements, was unfavorably impressed. In fact, she had definitely a symptom of Monsieur Maeterlinck's odd feeling when he found himself alone with the talking horses. With whom was she? "Look a here, dog," she said breathlessly. "Who you tryin' to skeer? You ain't no person." And then a blow fell. It came from an elderly but ever undignified woman of her own race, who paused across the street and stood teetering from side to side in joyful agitation, as she watched the approach of Mrs. Silver, with her woolly little companion beside her. When this smaller silhouette in ink suddenly walked upright, the observer's mouth fell open, and there was reason to hope that it might remain so, in silence, especially as several other pedestrians had stopped to watch the poodle's uncalled-for exhibition. But all at once the elderly rowdy saw fit to become uproarious. "Whoopsie!" she shouted. "Ooh, Grandma!" And so, when the poodle sat up, unbid, to pray, while Kitty Silver rested upon the back steps, on her return from the excursion, she fiercely informed him that she had never lost a grandchild, and that she would not adopt a stranger in place of one, her implication being that he, a stranger, had been suggested for the position and considered himself eligible for it. He continued to pray, not relaxing a hair. "Listen to me, dog," said Kitty Silver. "Is you a dog, or isn't you a dog? What is you, anyway?" But immediately she withdrew the question. "I ain't astin' you," she exclaimed superstitiously. "If you isn't no dog, don't you take and tell me what you is. You take and keep it to yo'self, 'cause I don't want to listen to it." For the garnet eyes beneath the great black chrysanthemum, indeed, seemed to hint that their owner was about to use human language in a human voice. Instead, however, he appeared to be content with his little exhibition, allowed his forepaws to return to the ground, and looked at her with his head wistfully tilted to one side. This reassured her and even somewhat won her. There stirred within her that curious sense of relationship evoked from the first by his suggestive appearance. Fondness was being born, and an admiration that was in a way a form of narcissism. She addressed him in a mollified voice. "What you want now? Don't tell me you hungry, 'cause you already done et 2 dog biscuit an' a big saucer milk. What you stick you' ole black face crossways at me fer, honey?" But just then the dog rose to look pointedly toward the corner of the house. "Somebody's coming," he meant. "What you 'spectin', li'l dog?" Mrs. Silver inquired. Florence and Herbert came round the house, Herbert trifling with a tennis ball and carrying a racket under his arm. Florence was peeling an orange. "For heavens' sake!" Florence cried. "Kitty Silver, where on earth'd this dog come from?" "B'long to yo' Aunt Julia." "When'd she get him?" "Dess to day." "Who gave him to her?" "She ain't sayin'." "You mean she won't tell?" "She ain't sayin'," Kitty Silver repeated. "I ast her. I say, Miss Julia, ma'am, I say, Miss Julia, ma'am, who ever sen' you sech a unlandish lookin' dog? I say. All she say when I ast her, 'Nemmine,' she say, dess thataway. 'Nemmine,' she say. I reckon she ain't goin' to tell nobody who give her this dog." "He's certainly a mighty queer looking dog," said Herbert. "I've seen a few like that, but I can't remember where. What kind is he, Kitty Silver?" "Miss Julia tell me he a poogle dog." "A poodle," Florence corrected her, and then turned to Herbert in supercilious astonishment. "A French poodle! My goodness! I should think you were old enough to know that much, anyway, going on 14 years old." "Well, I did know it," he declared. "I kind of knew it, anyhow, but I sort of forgot it for once. Do you know if he bites, Kitty Silver?" She was noncommittal. "He ain't bit nobody yit." "I don't believe he'll bite," said Florence. "I bet he likes me." "He looks like he was taking a fancy to me, Kitty Silver. What's his name?" "Gammire." "What?" "Gammire." "What a funny name! Are you sure, Kitty Silver?" "Gammire. What you Aunt Julia tole me," Mrs. Silver insisted. "You can go on in the house and ast her. She'll tell you the same." "Well, anyway, I'm not afraid of him," said Florence, and she stepped closer to the poodle, extending her hand to caress him. Then she shouted as the dog, at her gesture, rose to his hind legs and, as far as the leash permitted, walked forward to meet her. She flung her arms about him rapturously. "Oh, the lovely thing!" she cried. "He walks on his hind legs! Why, he's crazy about me!" "Let him go," said Herbert. "I bet he don't like you any more than he does anybody else. Leave go of him, and I bet he shows he likes me better than he does you." But when Florence released him, Gammire caressed them both impartially. He leaped upon one, then upon the other, and then upon Kitty Silver with a cordiality that almost unseated her. "Let him off the leash!" Florence cried. "He won't run away, 'cause the gates are shut. Let him loose, and see what he'll do." Mrs. Silver snapped the catch of the leash, and Gammire departed in the likeness of a ragged black streak, with his large and eccentric ears flapping back in the wind, and his after part hunched in. He ran round and round the little orchard like a dog gone wild. Altogether a comedian, when he heard children shrieking with laughter, he circled the more wildly. Then all upon an unexpected instant came to a dead halt, facing his audience, his nose on the ground between his two forepaws, his hindquarters high and unstooping. And seeing they laughed at this too, he gave them enough of it, then came back to Kitty Silver and sat by her feet, a spiral of pink tongue hanging from a wide-open mouth roofed with black. Florence resumed the peeling of her orange. "Who do you think gave Gammar to Aunt Julia?" she asked. "I ain't steadying about it." "Yes, but who do you guess?" "I ain't." "Well, but if you had to be burned to death or guess somebody, who would you guess?" "I have to get burned up," said Kitty Silver. "Every last caller what comes here is give her some doggone animal already. Mr. Sammerses, he give her them two Belgium cats, and ole Mr. Ridgways, what lost his wife, he give yo' Aunt Julia them two canaries that tuck and hopped out the cage and then out the window last week one day when yo' grandpa was alone in the room with 'em. And Mr. George Plummers, he give her that Airedale dog you grandpa tuck and give to the milkman. And Mr. Ushers, he give her them two pups what yo' grandpa tuck and scare off the place soon as he laid eyes on 'em. And this here Mr. Claridge, he give her that old live alligator from Florida what I found lookin' at me over the edge of my kitchen sink, ugly old thing. And yo' grandpa tuck and give it to the greenhouse man. Ain't none 'em gemmen gon' try and give her no mo' animals, I bet. So how anybody gon' guess who sent her this here Gammire? Nobody left what ain't already sent her one and had the gift spile." "Yes, there is," said Florence. "Who?" "Noble Dill." "That there li'l young Mista Dills?" Kitty Silver cried. "Listen me, this here dog Spencer dog." "I don't care. I bet Noble Dill gave him to her." Mrs. Silver hooted. "Whew! Go away! That there young li'l Mista Dills, he ain't never did show no class, no way nor no time. He be 100 year old befo' you see him in a automobile what belong to him. Look at the way some nem fine big rich men like Mr. Claridge and Mr. Ridgways take and th'ow they money around. New necktie every time you see him. New straw hat right spang the first warm day. Ring the bell, I say. Walk right in, Mr. Ridgways. Slip me dollar bill dest like that. Mr. Sammerses and Mr. Plummers and some nem others, they all show class. Look, Mr. Sammerses' spectacles made turtle back. Fancy turtle, too. I asked Miss Julia. She tell me they fancy turtle. Gold rimmed spectacles ain't in it. No, ma'am. Mr. Sammerses' spectacles. Just them rims on his spectacles alone, I bet they cost more'n all what this here young little Mr. Dills got on him from his toes up and his skin out. I bet Mr. Plummers throw money around dess for gettin' his pants pressed than what Mr. Dills afford to spend to buy his'n in the first place. He lose his struggle, 'cause you Aunt Julia, she out for the big class. This here Gammire, he dog cost money. He show class same you Aunt Julia. Ain't neither of them got to waste they time on nobody what can't show no mo' class than this here li'l young discombobbery Mr. Dills." "I don't care," Florence said stubbornly. "He could have saved up, and if he saved up long enough he could have got enough money to buy a dog like Gammire, because you can get money enough for anything if you're willing to save up long enough. Anyway, I bet he's the one gave him to her." Herbert joined Kitty Silver in laughter. "Florence is always talking about Noble Dill," he said. "She's sort of crazy anyway, though." "It runs in the family," Florence retorted automatically. "I caught it from my cousins. Anyhow, I don't think there's a single one of any that wants to marry Aunt Julia that's got the slightest comparison to Noble Dill. I admire him because he's so uncouth." "He's so who?" Kitty Silver inquired. "Uncouth." "Yes'm," said Mrs. Silver. "It's in the dictionary," Florence explained. "It means rare, elegant, exquisite, obs, unknown, and a whole lot else." "It does not," Herbert interposed. "It means kind of countrified." "You go look in the dictionary," his cousin said severely. "Then maybe you'll know what you're talking about just for once. Anyhow, I do like Noble Dill, and I bet so does Aunt Julia." Kitty Silver shook her head. "He lose his struggle, honey. Miss Julia, she out for the big class. She ain't steadying about him, except maybe des to let him run her errands. She treat 'em all mighty nice, 'cause the mo' come shovin' and pushin' each other around, class or no class, why, the mo' harder that big class got to work to get her, and the mo' she got after her, the mo' keeps a comin'. But thishere young little Mr. Dills, I kind o' got strong notion he liable not come no mo' 'tall." Her tone had become one of reminiscent amusement, which culminated in a burst of laughter. "Hoo hoo! Whee!" she concluded. "After last night I reckon thishere Mr. Dills better keep away from the place, yes'm." Florence looked thoughtful, and for the time said nothing. It was Herbert who asked, "Why'd Noble Dill better stay away from here?" "You' grandpa," Mrs. Silver said, shaking her head. "You' grandpa." "What about grandpa?" said Herbert. "What'd he do last night?" "Do? Oh, me!" Then Mrs. Silver uttered sounds like the lowing of kine, whereby she meant to indicate her inability to describe Mr. Atwater's performance. "Well, ma'am," she said in the low and husky voice of simulated exhaustion, "all I got to say, yo' grandpa beat hisse'f. He beat hisse'f." "How do you mean? How could he?" "He beat hisse'f. He dest out talk hisse'f. No, ma'am, I done hear him, many and many and many's the time, but last night he beat hisse'f." "What about?" "Nothin' in the wide worl', but dere's thishere young little Noble Dills what we talkin' about this livin' minute." "What started him?" "What start him?" Mrs. Silver echoed with sudden loudness. "My goodness! He been started ever since the very first time he ever lay eyes on him prancin' up the front walk to call on Miss Julia. You' grandpa don't like none o' them callers, but he everlastin' did up and take a true spite on thishere little Dills." "I mean," said Herbert, "what started him last night?" "Them cigareets," said Kitty Silver. "Them cigareets what thishere Noble Dills smokes while he's settin' out on the front poach callin' on yo' Aunt Julia. Yo' grandpa mighty funny man about smellin'. You know's well's I do he don't even like the smell o' violet. Well, ma'am, if he can't stand violet, how in the name o' misery is he goin' stand the smell o' them cigarettes thishere Dills smoke? I can't hardly stand 'em myse'f. Then he light one on the front poach. She sift all through the house, and come slidin' right the whole way out to my kitchen, and bim! She take me in the nose. Yo' grandpa already told Miss Julia time and time again if that little Dills light des one mo' on his front poach he goin' to walk out there and do some harm. 'Cause she never tuck and paid no attention. 'Cause Miss Julia she never pay no 'tention to nobody, and she like caller have nice time. She ain't goin' tell him yo' grandpa make such a fuss. Yes, 'deed, kind friend,' she say, when they asked her, 'Miss Julia, ma'am,' they say, 'I like please strike a match fer to light my cigarette, if you please, ma'am.' She say, 'Light as many as you please, kind friend,' she say, 'smell o' cigarette, des delightful little smell,' she say. 'Go ahead and smoke all you can stand,' she say, ''cause I want you enjoy yo'self when you pay call on me,' she say. Well, so thishere young little Dills settin' there puffin' and blowin' his chest out and in, and feelin' all nice 'cause it about the first time this livin' summer he catch you Aunt Julia alone to hisse'f fer a while, and all time the house des fillin' up and draft blowin' straight at yo' grandpa where he's settin' in his liberry. Ma'am, he sen' me out and tell her come in. He got message mighty important fer to speak to her. So she tells thishere Dills wait a minute and walk in the liberry. Old ladies." "What did he say?" Herbert asked eagerly. "He didn't say nothin'," Mrs. Silver replied eloquently. "He hollered." "What did he holler?" "He wanted to know didn't he never tell her thishere Dills can't smoke no more cigarettes on his property, and didn't he tell her he wasn't goin' to allow him on the place if he did. He say she got to go back on the poach and run thishere little Dills off home. He say he give her fair choice.
She can run him off, or else he go on out and chase him away hisself. He claim little Dills ain't got no business around callin' nowhere 'tall, 'cause he only make about $18 a week, and ain't wuth it, he say." She was confirmed in this report by an indignant interruption from Florence. "That's just what he did say, the old thing. I heard him myself, and if you care to ask me, I'll be glad to inform you that I think grandpa's conduct was simply insulting." "'Deed it were," said Miss Silver, "and dess what he claim hisself he mean it fer. But you tell me, please, how you hear what yo' grandpa say? He mighty nosy, but you never could 'a' heard him plumb to where you live." "I wasn't home," said Florence. "I was over here." "Then you mus' 'a' made yo'self mighty skimpish, 'cause I ain't seen you." "Nobody saw me. I wasn't in the house," said Florence. "I was out in front." "Where'bouts in front?" "Well, I was sitting on the ground, up against the lattice work on the front porch." "What fer?" "Well, it was dark," said Florence. "I just kind of wanted to see what might be going on." "And you hear all what yo' grandpa take on about and everything?" "I should say so! You could have heard him lots farther than where I was." "Land o' misery!" Kitty Silver cried out. "If you done hear him where you was, thishere little Dills must 'a' heard him mighty plain." "He did. How could he help it? He heard every word, and pretty soon he came down off the porch and stood a minute. Then he went on out the gate, and I don't know whether he went home or not, because it was too dark to see, but he didn't come back." "You're right he didn't!" exclaimed Mrs. Silver. "I reckon he got forthought enough fer that, anyhow. I bet he ain't never goin' come back, neither. Yo' grandpa say he goin' be fixed fer him if he do." "Yes, that was while he was standing there," said Florence ruefully. "He heard all that, too." "Miss Julia, she s'picion he done hear somep'n 'nother, I guess," Kitty Silver went on. "She shet the library do' right almost on yo' grandpa's nose whilst he's still a rampin', and she slip out on the poach and take a look round and then go on up to her own room. I 'uz up there while after that. Turned down her bed, and she enjoyin' herself readin' book. She feel kind o' put out, I reckon, but she ain't steadin' about no young little Dills. She want 'em all to have nice time and like her, but she goin' lose this one, and she got plenty to spare. She show too much class fer to fret about no Dills." "I don't care," said Florence. "I think she ought to whether she does or not, because I bet he was feeling just awful, and I think grandpa behaved like an old hoodlum." "That'll do," Herbert admonished her sternly. "You show some respect for your relations, if you please." But his loyalty to the Atwater family had a bad effect on Florence. "Oh, will I?" she returned promptly. "Well, then, if you care to inquire my opinion, I just politely think grandpa ought to be hanged." "See here!" But Florence and Kitty Silver interrupted him simultaneously. "Look at that!" Florence cried. "My name!" exclaimed Kitty Silver. It was the strange taste of Gammire that so excited them. Florence had peeled her orange and divided it rather fairly into 3 parts, but the vehemence she exerted in speaking of her grandfather had caused her to drop one of these upon the ground. Gammire promptly ate it, sat up, and adjusted his paws in prayer for more. "Now you listen to me, Kitty Silver. I ain't seen no dog eat orange in all my days, and I ain't seen nobody else what see dog eat orange. No, ma'am. And I ain't never hear nobody else what ever see nobody what seen dog eat orange." Herbert decided to be less impressed. "Oh, I've heard of dogs that'd eat apples," he said. "Yes, and watermelon and nuts and things." As he spoke he played with the tennis ball upon his racket, and concluded by striking the ball high into the air. Its course was not true, and it descended far over toward the orchard, where Herbert ran to catch it, but he was not quick enough. At the moment the ball left the racket, Gammire abandoned his prayers. His eyes, like a careful fielder's, calculating and estimating, followed the swerve of the ball in the breeze, and when it fell he was on the correct spot. He caught it. Herbert shouted. He caught it on the fly! It must have been an accident. Here!" And he struck the ball into the air again. It went high, twice as high as the house, and again Gammire judged it, continuously shifting his position, his careful eyes never leaving the little white globe until just before the last instant of its descent he was motionless beneath it. He caught it again, and Herbert whooped. Gammire brought the ball to him and invited him to proceed with the game. That there might be no mistaking his desire, Gammire sat up and prayed, nor did he find Herbert anything loth. Out of 9 chances, Gammire muffed the ball only twice, both times excusably, and Florence once more flung her arms about the willing performer. "Who do you suppose trained this wonderful darling doggie?" she cried. Mrs. Silver shook her marveling head. "He mus' come thataway," she said. "I bet nobody 'tall ain't train him. He do what he want to hisself. That Gammire don't ask nobody to train him." "Oh, goodness!" Florence said with sudden despondency. "It's awful." "What is?" "To think of as lovely a dog as this having to face grandpa." "Face him?" Kitty Silver echoed forebodingly. "I reckon you' grandpa done dess face him." "That's what I mean," Florence explained. "I expect he's just brute enough to drive him off." "Yes'm," said Miss Silver. "He get madder every time somebody send her new pet. You' grandpa mighty nervous man, and everlastin' do hate animals." "He hasn't seen Gammire, has he?" "Don't look like it, do it?" said Kitty Silver. "Dog here yit." "Well, then Florence paused, glancing at Herbert, for she had just been visited by a pleasant idea, and had no wish to share it with him. "Is Aunt Julia in the house?" "She were, little while ago." "I want to see her about somep'n I ought to see her about," said Florence. "I'll be out in a minute." Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. She ran into the house and found Julia seated at a slim-legged desk, writing a note. "Aunt Julia, it's about Gammire." "Gammon." "What?" "His name is Gammon." "Kitty Silver says his name's Gammire." "Yes," said Julia, she would. "His name is Gammon, though. He is a little Parisian rascal, and his name is Gammon." "Well, Aunt Julia, I'd rather call him Gammire. How much did he cost?" "I don't know. He was brought to me only this morning. I haven't asked yet." "But I thought somebody gave him to you." "Yes, somebody did." "Well, I mean," said Florence, "how much did the person that gave him to you pay for him?" Julia sighed. "I just explained. I haven't had a chance to ask." Florence looked hurt. "I don't mean you would ask him right out. I just meant, wouldn't you be liable to kind of hint around and give him a chance to tell you how much it was? You know perfectly well it's the way most the family do when they give each other somep'n pretty expensive, Christmas or birthdays. And I thought prob'ly you'd No, I shouldn't be surprised, Florence, if nobody ever got to know how much Gammon cost." "Well," Florence said, and decided to approach her purpose on a new tack. "Who was it trained him?" "I understand that the person who gave him to me has played with him at times during the few days he's been keeping him, but hasn't trained him particularly. French poodles almost learn their own tricks if you give them a chance. It's natural to them. They love to be little clowns if you let them." "But who was this person that gave him to you?" Julia laughed. "It's a secret, Florence, like Gammon's price." At this Florence looked piqued. "Well, I guess I got some manners," she exclaimed. "I know as well as you do, Aunt Julia, there's no etiquette in coming right square out and asking how much it was when somebody goes and makes you a present. I'm certainly enough of a lady to keep my mouth shut when it's more polite to."
But I don't see what harm there is in telling who it is that gives anybody a present." "No harm at all," Julia murmured as she sealed the note she had written. Then she turned smilingly to face her niece. "Only I'm not going to." "Well then, Aunt Julia," and now Florence came to her point, "what I wanted to know is just simply the plain and simple question: will you give this dog, Gammire, to me?" Julia leaned forward, laughing, and suddenly clapped her hands together, close to Florence's face. "No, I won't!" she cried. "There!" The niece frowned, and lines of anxiety appearing upon her forehead. "Well, why won't you?" "I won't do it." "But, Aunt Julia, I think you ought to." "Why ought I to?" "Because," said Florence, "well, it's necessary." "Why?" "Because you know as well as I do what's bound to happen to him." "What is?" "Grandpa'll chase him off," said Florence. "He'll take after him the minute he lays eyes on him, and scare him to death, and then he'll get lost, and he won't be anybody's dog. I should think you'd just as lief he'd be my dog as have him chased all over town till a street car hits him or somep'n." But Julia shook her head. "That hasn't happened yet." "It did happen with every other one you ever had," Florence urged plaintively. "He chased 'em every last one off the place, and they never came back. You know perfectly well, Aunt Julia, Grandpa's just bound to hate this dog, and you know just exactly how he'll act about him." "No, I don't," said Julia. "Not just exactly." "Well, anyway, you know he'll behave awful." "It's probable," the aunt admitted. "He always does," Florence continued. "He behaves awful about everything I ever heard about. "I'll go pretty far with you, Florence," Julia interposed, "but we'd better leave him a loophole. You know he's a constant attendant at church, and contributes liberally to many good causes." "Oh, you know what I mean. I mean he always acts horrible about anything pleasant. Of course I know he's a good man, and everything. I just mean the way he behaves is perfectly disgusting. So what's the use your not giving me this dog? You won't have him yourself as soon as Grandpa comes home to lunch in an hour or so." "Oh, yes, I will." "Grandpa hasn't already seen him, has he?" "No." "Then what makes you say he isn't coming home to lunch? He won't be home till 5 o'clock this afternoon." "Well, then, about 6 you won't have any dog, and poor little Gammire'll get run over by an automobile sometime this very evening." Florence's voice became anguished in the stress of her appeal. "Aunt Julia, won't you give me this dog?" Julia shook her head. "Won't you please?" "No, dear." "Aunt Julia, if it was Noble Dill gave you this dog—" "Florence!" her aunt exclaimed. "What in the world makes you imagine such absurd things? Poor Mr. Dill!" "Well, if it was, I think you ought to give Gammire to me because I like Noble Dill, and I—" But here her aunt laughed again and looked at her with some curiosity. "You still do?" she asked. "What for?" "Well," said Florence, swallowing, "he may be rather smallish for a man, but he's very uncouth and distinguished looking, and I think he doesn't get to enjoy himself much. Grandpa talks about him so torribly, and—" Here such was the unexpected depth of her feeling that she choked, whereupon her aunt, overcome with laughter, but nevertheless somewhat touched, sprang up and threw two pretty arms about her charmingly. "You funny Florence!" she cried. "Then will you give me Gammire?" Florence asked instantly. "No. We'll bring him in the house now, and you can stay for lunch." Florence was imperfectly consoled, but she had a thought that brightened her a little. "Well, there'll be an awful time when Grandpa comes home this afternoon, but it certainly will be interesting." She proved a true prophet, at least to the extent that when Mr. Atwater opened his front gate that afternoon he was already in the presence of a deeply interested audience, whose observation was unknown to him. Through the interstices of the lace curtains at an open window, the gaze of Julia and Florence was concentrated upon him in a manner that might have disquieted even so opinionated and peculiar a man as Mr. Atwater, had he been aware of it; and Herbert likewise watched him fixedly from an unseen outpost. Herbert had shown some recklessness, declaring loudly that he intended to lounge in full view; but when the well-known form of the ancestor was actually identified, coming up the street out of the distance, the descendant changed his mind. The good green earth ceased to seem secure, and Herbert climbed a tree. He surrounded himself with the deepest foliage, and beneath him some outlying foothills of Kitty Silver were visible, where she endeavored to lurk in the concealment of a lilac bush. Gammire was the only person in view. He sat just in the middle of the top step of the veranda, and his air was that of an endowed and settled institution. What passing traffic there was interested him but vaguely, not affecting the world to which he belonged, that world being this house and yard, of which he felt himself now, beyond all question, the official dog. It had been a rather hard-working afternoon, for he had done everything suggested to him as well as a great many other things that he thought of himself. He had also made it clear that he had taken a fancy to everybody, but recognized Julia to be the head of the house and of his own universe; and though he was at the disposal of all her family and friends, he was at her disposal first. Whithersoever she went, there would he go also, unless she otherwise commanded. Just now she had withdrawn, closing the door, but he understood that she intended no permanent exclusion. Who was this newcomer at the gate? The newcomer came to a halt, staring intolerantly. Then he advanced, slamming the gate behind him. "Get out of here," he said. "You get off the place." Gammire regarded him seriously, not moving, while Mr. Atwater cast an eye about the lawn, seeming to search for something; and his gaze, thus roving, was arrested by a slight movement of great areas behind a lilac bush. It appeared that the dome of some public building had covered itself with antique textiles and was endeavoring to hide there, a failure. "Kitty Silver," he said, "what are you doing?" "Suh?" Debouching sidewise, she came into fuller view, but retired a few steps. "What I doin' where, Mr. Atwater?" "How'd that dog get on my front steps?" Her face became non-committal entirely. "Thishere dog, he just settin' there, suh." "How'd he get in the yard?" "Must somebody up and brung him in." "Who did it?" "You mean, who up and brung him in, suh?" "I mean, who does he belong to?" "Must be Miss Julia's. I reckon he is, so fur." "What? She knows I don't allow dogs on the place?" "Yessuh." Mr. Atwater's expression became more outraged and determined. "You mean to say that somebody's trying to give her another dog after all I've been through with—" "It looked that way, suh." "Who did it?" "Miss Julia ain't sayin', and me. I don't know who done it, no more'n the lilies of the valley what toil, not neither do they spins." In response, Mr. Atwater was guilty of exclamations lacking in courtesy, and turning again toward Gammire, he waved his arm. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get out of here?" Gammire observed the gesture, and at once sat up, placing his forepaws over his nose in prayer, but Mr. Atwater was the more incensed. "Get out of here, you woolly black scoundrel!" Mrs. Silver uttered a cry of inquiry before she perceived that she had mistaken her employer's intention. Gammire also appeared to mistake it, for he came down upon the lawn, rose to his full height on his hind legs, and in that human-like posture walked in a wide circle. He did this with an affectation of conscientiousness thoroughly hypocritical, for he really meant to be humorous. "My heavens!" Mr. Atwater cried, lamenting. "Somebody's given her one of those things at last! I don't like any kind of dog, but if there's one damn thing on earth I won't stand, it's a trick poodle." And while the tactless Gammire went on, walking a circle round him, Mr. Atwater's eye furiously searched the borders of the path, the lawn, and otherwheres for anything that might serve as missile. He had never kicked a dog or struck one with his hand in his life. He had a theory that it was always better to throw something. "Idiot poodle," he said. But Gammire's tricks were not idiocy in the eyes of Mr. Atwater's daughter, as she watched them. They had brought to her mind the tricks of the jongleur of Notre Dame, who had nothing to offer heaven itself to mollify heaven's rulers, except his entertainment of juggling and nonsense; so that he sang his thin jocosities and played his poor tricks before the sacred figure of the Madonna. But when the pious would have struck him down for it, she miraculously came to life just long enough to smile on him and show that he was right, to offer his absurd best. And thus, as Julia watched the little jongleur upon the lawn, she saw this was what he was doing, offering all he knew, hoping that someone might laugh at him and like him. And not curiously, after all, if everything were known, she found herself thinking of another foolish creature, who had nothing in the world to offer anybody, except what came out of the wistfulness of a foolish, loving heart. Then, though her lips smiled faintly as she thought of Noble Dill, all at once a brightness trembled along the eyelids of the prettiest girl in town, and glimmered over, a moment later, to shine upon her cheek. "You get out!" Mr. Atwater shouted. "Do you hear me, you poodle?" He found the missile, a stone of fair diameter. He hurled it violently. "There, darn you!" The stone missed, and Gammire fled desperately after it. "You get over that fence!" Mr. Atwater cried. "You wait till I find another rock, and I'll—" He began to search for another stone, but before he could find one, Gammire returned with the first. He deposited it upon the ground at Mr. Atwater's feet. "There's your rock," he said. Mr. Atwater looked down at him fiercely, and through the black chrysanthemum 2 garnet sparks glinted waggishly. "Didn't you hear me tell you what I'd do if you didn't get out of here, you darn poodle?" Gammire sat up, placed his forepaws together over his nose, and prayed. "There's your rock," he said, and he added, as clearly as if he used a spoken language, "Let's get on with the game." Mr. Atwater turned to Kitty Silver. Does he know how to speak, or shake hands, or anything like that?" he asked. The next morning, as the peculiar old man sat at breakfast, he said to the lady across the table, "Look here, who did give Gammon to us?" Julia bit her lip. She even cast down her eyes. "Well, who was it?" Her demureness still increased. "It was Noble Dill." Mr. Atwater was silent. He looked down and caught a clownish garnet gleam out of a blackness neighboring his knee. "Well, see here," he said. Why can't I what?" "Why can't you sit out in the yard the next time he calls here, instead of on the porch where it blows all through the house? It's just as pleasant to sit under the trees, isn't it?" "Pleasanter," said Julia. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Gentle Julia, by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. By the end of October, with the dispersal of foliage that has served all summer long as a screen for whatever small privacy may exist between American neighbors, we begin to perceive the rise of our autumn high tides of gossip. At this season of the year, in our towns of moderate size and ambition, where apartment houses have not yet condensed, and at the same time sequestered the population, one may look over backyard beyond backyard, both up and down the street, especially if one takes the trouble to sit for an hour or so daily upon the top of a high fence at about the middle of a block. Of course, an adult who followed such a course would be thought peculiar. No doubt. he would be subject to inimical comment, but boys are considered so inexplicable that they have gathered for themselves many privileges denied their parents and elders, and a boy can do such a thing as this to his full content, without anybody's thinking about it at all. So it was that Herbert Illingsworth Atwater, Jr., sat for a considerable time upon such a fence, after school hours, every afternoon of the last week in October, and only one person particularly observed him, or was stimulated to any mental activity by his procedure. Even at that, this person was affected only because he was Herbert's relative, of an age sympathetic to his, and of a sex antipathetic. In spite of the fact that Herbert, thus seriously disporting himself on his father's back fence, attracted only an audience of one, and she hostile at a rather distant window, his behavior might well have been thought piquant by anybody. After climbing to the top of the fence, he would produce from interior pockets a small memorandum book and a pencil. His expression was gravely alert, his manner more than businesslike, yet nobody could have failed to comprehend that he was enjoying himself, especially when his attitude became tenser, as it frequently did. Then he would rise, balancing himself at adroit ease, his feet one before the other on the inner rail, below the top of the boards, and with eyes dramatically shielded beneath a scoutish palm, he would gaze sternly in the direction of some object or movement that had attracted his attention, and then, having satisfied himself of something or other, he would sit and decisively enter a note in his memorandum book. He was not always alone. Sometimes he was joined by a friend, male, and, though shorter than Herbert, about as old, and this companion was inspired, it seemed, by motives precisely similar to those from which sprang Herbert's own actions. Like Herbert, he would sit upon the top of the high fence. Like Herbert, he would rise at intervals, for the better study of something this side the horizon. Then, also like Herbert, he would sit again and write firmly in a little notebook. And seldom in the history of the world would have any such sessions been invested by the participants with so intentional an appearance of importance. That was what most irritated their lone observer at the somewhat distant upstairs back window. The importance of Herbert and his friend was so extreme as to be all too plainly visible across 4 intervening broad back yards. In fact, there was sometimes reason to suspect that the 2 performers were aware of their audience and even of her goaded condition, and that they deliberately increased the outrageousness of their importance on her account. And upon the Saturday of that week, when the notebook writers were upon the fence the greater part of the afternoon, Florence's fascinated indignation became vocal. "Vile things!" she said. Her mother, sewing beside another window of the room, looked up inquiringly. "What are, Florence?" "Cousin Herbert and that nasty little Henry Rooter." "Are you watching them again?" her mother asked. "Yes, I am," said Florence, and added tartly, "not because I care to, but merely to amuse myself at their expense." Mrs. Atwater murmured, "Couldn't you find some other way to amuse yourself, Florence?" "I don't call this amusement," the inconsistent girl responded, not without chagrin. "Think I'd spend all my days staring at Herbert Illingsworth Atwater, Jr. and that nasty little Henry Rooter and call it amusement?" "Then why do you do it?" "Why do I do what, mamma?" Florence inquired, as in despair of Mrs. Atwater's ever learning to put things clearly. "Why do you spend all your days watching them? You don't seem able to keep away from the window, and it appears to make you irritable. I should think if they wouldn't let you play with them you'd be too proud. Oh, good heavens, mamma!" "Don't use such expressions, Florence, please." "Well," said Florence, "I've got to use some expression when you accuse me of wantin' to play with those 2 vile things. My goodness mercy, mamma! I don't want to play with 'em. I'm more than 4 years old, I guess, though you don't ever seem willing to give me credit for it. I don't have to play all the time, mamma. And anyway, Herbert and that nasty little Henry Rooter aren't playing either." "Aren't they?" Mrs. Atwater inquired. "I thought the other day you said you wanted them to let you play with them at being a newspaper reporter or editor or something like that, and they were rude and told you to go away. Wasn't that it?" Florence sighed. "No, mamma, it certainly wasn't." "They weren't rude to you?" "Yes, they certainly were." "Well, then—" "Mamma, can't you understand?" Florence turned from the window to beseech Mrs. Atwater's concentration upon the matter. "It isn't playing. I didn't want to play being a reporter. They ain't playin'." "Aren't playing, Florence." "Yes'm." "They're not. Herbert's got a real printing press. Uncle Joseph gave it to him. It's a real one, mamma. Can't you understand?" "I'll try," said Mrs. Atwater. "You mustn't get so excited about it, Florence." "I'm not!" Florence returned vehemently. "I guess it'd take more than those two vile things and their old printing press to get me excited. I don't care what they do. It's far less than nothing to me. All I wish is they'd fall off the fence and break their vile old necks." With this manifestation of impersonal calmness, she turned again to the window, but her mother protested. "Do quit watching those foolish boys. You mustn't let them upset you so by their playing." Florence moaned. "They don't upset me, mamma. They have no effects on me by the slightest degree. And I told you, mamma, they're not playing." "Then what are they doing?" "Well, they're having a newspaper. They got the printing press, and an office in Herbert's stable, and everything. They got somebody to give 'em some old banisters and a railing from a house that was torn down somewheres, and then they got it stuck up in the stable loft, so it runs across with a kind of gate in the middle of these banisters, and on one side is the printing press and a desk from that nasty little Henry Rooter's mother's attic, and a table and some chairs, and a map on the wall, and that's their newspaper office. They go out and look for what's the news, and write it down in lead pencil, and then they go up to their office and write it in ink, and then they print it for their newspaper." "But what do they do on the fence?" "That's where they go to watch what the news is," Florence explained morosely. "They think they're so grand, sitting up there, pokin' around. They go other places, too, and they ask people. That's all they said I could be." Here the lady's bitterness became strongly intensified. "They said maybe I could be one o' the ones they asked if I knew anything, sometimes, if they happened to think of it. I just respectfully told 'em I'd decline to wipe my oldest shoes on 'em to save their lives." Mrs. Atwater sighed. "You mustn't use such expressions, Florence." "I don't see why not," the daughter promptly objected. "They're a lot more refined than the expressions they used on me." "Then I'm very glad you didn't play with them." But at this, Florence once more gave way to filial despair. "Mamma, you just can't see through anything. I've said anyhow 50 times they aren't playing. They're getting up a real newspaper, and have people buy it and everything. They've been all over this part of town and got every aunt and uncle they have besides their own fathers and mothers, and some people in the neighborhood, and Kitty Silver, and 2 or 3 other colored people besides. They're going to charge 25 cents a year, collect in advance, because they want the money first, and even papa give 'em a quarter last night. He told me so." "How often do they intend to publish the paper, Florence?" Mrs. Atwater inquired absently, having resumed her sewing. "Every week. And they're going to have the first one a week from to day." "What do they call it?" "The North End Daily Oriole. It's the silliest name I ever heard for a newspaper, and I told 'em so. I told 'em what I thought of it, I guess." "Was that the reason?" Mrs. Atwater asked. "Was it what reason, mamma?" "Was it the reason they wouldn't let you be a reporter with them?" "Poot!" Florence exclaimed airily. "I didn't want anything to do with their old paper. But anyway, I didn't make fun of their callin' it the North End Daily Oriole till after they said I couldn't be in it. Then I did, you bet." "Florence, don't say. Mamma, I got to say somep'n. Well, I told 'em I wouldn't be in their old paper if they begged me on their bented knees, and I said if they begged me 1,000 years I wouldn't be in any paper with such a crazy name, and I wouldn't tell 'em any news if I knew the President of the United States had the scarlet fever. I just politely informed 'em they could say what they liked. If they was dyin', I declined so much as wipe the oldest shoes I got on 'em." "But why wouldn't they let you be on the paper?" her mother insisted. Upon this, Florence became analytical. "Just so's they could act so important." And she added, as a consequence, "They ought to be arrested." Mrs. Atwater murmured absently, but forbore to press her inquiry, and Florence was silent, in a brooding mood. The journalist upon the fence had disappeared from view during her conversation with her mother, and presently she sighed and quietly left the room. She went to her own apartment, where, at a small and rather battered little white desk, after a period of earnest reverie, she took up a pen, wet the point in purple ink, and without great effort or any critical delayings produced a poem. It was, in a sense, an original poem, though like the greater number of all literary projections, it was so strongly inspirational that the source of its inspiration might easily become manifest to a cold-blooded reader. Nevertheless, to the poetess herself, as she explained later in good faith, the words just seemed to come to her, doubtless with either genius or some form of miracle implied, for sources of inspiration are seldom recognized by inspired writers themselves. She had not long ago been party to a musical Sunday afternoon at her great-uncle Joseph's house, where Mr. Clairdyce sang some of his songs again and again, and her poem may have begun to coagulate within her then. THE ORGANEST by Florence Atwater. The organist was seated at his organ in a church, in some beautiful woods of maple and birch. He was very weary while he played upon the keys, but he was a great organist, and always played with ease. "When the soul is weary, and the wind is dreary, I would like to be an organist, seated all day at the organ, whether my name might be Fairchild or Morgan. I would play music like a vast amen, the way it sounds in a church of men." Florence read her poem 7 or 8 times, the deepening pleasure of her expression being evidence that repetition failed to denature this work, but on the contrary enhanced an appreciative surprise at its singular merit. Finally she folded the sheet of paper with a delicate carefulness unusual to her, and placed it in her skirt pocket. Then she went downstairs and out into the back yard. Her next action was straightforward and anything but prudish. She climbed the high wooden fences, one after the other, until she came to a pause at the top of that whereon the two journalists had lately made themselves so odiously impressive. Before her, if she had but taken note of them, were a lesson in history and the markings of a profound transition in human evolution. Beside the old frame stable was a little brick garage, obviously put to the daily use intended by its designer. Quite as obviously, the stable was obsolete. Anybody would have known from its outside that there was no horse within it. There, visible, was the end of the pastoral age. All this was lost upon Florence. She sat upon the fence, her gaze unfavorably though wistfully fixed upon a sign of no special aesthetic merit above the stable door. "The North End Daily Oriole, Atwater and Rooter, owners and proprietors. Subscribe now, 25 cents." The inconsistency of the word daily did not trouble Florence. Moreover, she had found no fault with Oriole until the owners and proprietors had explained to her in the plainest terms known to their vocabularies that she was excluded from the enterprise. Then, indeed, she had been reciprocally explicit in regard not only to them and certain personal characteristics of theirs, which she pointed out as fundamental. but in regard to any newspaper which should deliberately call itself an Oriole. The partners remained superior in manner, though unable to conceal a natural resentment. They had adopted Oriole not out of a sentiment for the city of Baltimore, nor indeed on account of any ornithologic interest of theirs, but as a relic left over from an abandoned club or secret society which they had previously contemplated forming, its members to be called the Orioles for no reason whatever. The two friends had talked of this plan at many meetings throughout the summer, and when Mr. Joseph Atwater made his great nephew the unexpected present of a printing press, and a newspaper consequently took the place of the club, Herbert and Henry still entertained an affection for their former scheme and decided to perpetuate the name. They were the more sensitive to attack upon it by an ignorant outsider and girl like Florence, and her chance of ingratiating herself with them, if that could be now her intention, was not a promising one. She descended from the fence with pronounced inelegance, and approaching the old double doors of the carriage house, which were open, paused to listen. Sounds from above assured her that the editors were editing, or at least they could be found at their place of business. Therefore she ascended the cobwebby stairway, emerged from it into the former hayloft, and thus made her appearance in the printing room of the North End Daily Oriole. Herbert, frowning with the burden of composition, sat at a table beyond the official railing, and his partner was engaged at the press, earnestly setting type. This latter person, whom Florence so seldom named otherwise than as "that nasty little Henry Rooter," was of a pure, smooth, fair-haired appearance, and strangely clean for his age and occupation. His profile was of a symmetry he had not yet himself begun to appreciate. His dress was scrupulous and modish, and though he was short, nothing outward about him confirmed the more sinister of Florence's two adjectives. Nevertheless, her poor opinion of him was plain in her expression as she made her present intrusion upon his working hours. He seemed to reciprocate. "Listen, didn't I and Herbert tell you to keep out of here?" he said. "Look at her, Herbert, she's back again." "You get out of here, Florence," said Herbert, abandoning his task with a look of pain. "How often we got to tell you we don't want you around here when we're in our office like this?" "For heaven's sake," Henry Rooter thought fit to ask, "can't you quit running up and down our office stairs once in a while long enough for us to get our newspaper work done? Can't you give us a little peace?" The pinkness of Florence's altering complexion was justified. She had not been within 1,000 miles of their old office for 4 days. With some heat she stated this to be the fact, adding, "And I only came then because I knew somebody ought to see that this stable isn't ruined. It's my own uncle and aunt's stable, I guess, isn't it? Answer me that, if you'll kindly please to do so." "It's my father and mother's stable," Herbert asserted. "Haven't I got a right to say who's allowed in my own father and mother's stable?" "You have not," the prompt Florence replied. "It's my own uncle and aunt's stable, and I got as much right here as anybody." "You have not!" Henry Rooter protested hotly. "This isn't either your old aunt and uncle's stable." "It isn't?" "No, it is not. This isn't anybody's stable. It's my and Herbert's newspaper building, and I guess you haven't got the face to stand there and claim you got a right to go in a newspaper building and say you got a right there when everybody tells you to stay outside of it, I guess." "Oh, haven't I?" "No, you haven't," Mr. Rooter maintained bitterly. "You just walk downtown and go in any newspaper buildings down there and tell 'em you got a right to stay there all day long when they tell you to get out of there. Just try it, that's all I ask." Florence uttered a cry of derision. "And pray, whoever told you I was bound to do everything you asked me to, Mr. Henry Rooter?" And she concluded by reverting to that hostile impulse, so ancient, which, in despair of touching an antagonist effectively, reflects upon his ancestors. "If you got anything you want to ask, you go ask your grandmother." "Here!" Herbert sprang to his feet. "You try and behave like a lady." "Who'll make me?" she inquired. "You got to behave like a lady as long as you're in our newspaper building anyway," Herbert said ominously. "If you expect to come up here after you've been told 5 dozen times to keep out—" "For heaven's sakes!" his partner interposed. "When we goin' to get our newspaper work done? She's your cousin. I should think you could get her out." "Well, I'm goin' to, ain't I?" Herbert protested plaintively. "I expect to get her out, don't I?" "Oh, do you?" Miss Atwater inquired with severe mockery. "Pray, how would you expect to accomplish it, pray?" Herbert looked desperate, but was unable to form a reply consistent with a few new rules of etiquette and gallantry that he had begun to observe during the past year or so. "Now see here, Florence," he said. "You're old enough to know when people tell you to keep out of a place, why, it means they want you to stay away from there." Florence remained cold to this reasoning. "Oh, Poot!" she said. "Now look here," her cousin remonstrated, and went on with his argument. "We got our newspaper work to do, and you ought to have sense enough to know newspaper work, like this newspaper work we got on our hands here, isn't—well, it ain't any child's play." His partner appeared to approve of the expression, for he nodded severely, and then used it himself. "No, you bet it isn't any child's play," he said. "No, sir," Herbert continued. "This newspaper work we got on our hands here isn't any child's play." "No, sir," Henry Rooter again agreed. "Newspaper work like this isn't any child's play at all." "It isn't any child's play, Florence," said Herbert. "It ain't any child's play at all, Florence. If it was just child's play or something like that, why, it wouldn't matter so much your always pokin' up here and—" "Well," his partner interrupted judiciously, "we wouldn't want her around, even if it was child's play." "No, we wouldn't, that's so," Herbert agreed. "We wouldn't want you around, anyhow, Florence." Here his tone became more plaintive. "So, for mercy's sake, can't you go on home and give us a little rest? What you want, anyhow?" "Well, I guess it's about time you was asking me that," she said, not unreasonably. "If you'd asked me that in the first place, instead of acting like you'd never been taught anything, and was only fit to associate with hoodlums, perhaps my time is of some value myself." Here the lack of rhetorical cohesion was largely counteracted by the strong expressiveness of her tone and manner, which made clear her position as a person of worth, dealing with the lowest of her inferiors. She went on, not pausing. "I thought being as I was related to you, and all the family and everybody else is goin' to have to read your ole newspaper, anyway it'd be a good thing if what was printed in it wasn't all a disgrace to the family, because the name of our family's got mixed up with this newspaper. So here." Thus speaking, she took the poem from her pocket, and with dignity held it forth to her cousin. "What's that?" Herbert inquired, not moving a hand. He was but an amateur, yet already enough of an editor to be suspicious. "It's a poem," Florence said. "I don't know whether I exactly ought to have it in your old newspaper or not, but on account of the family's sake I guess I better. Here, take it." Herbert at once withdrew a few steps, placing his hands behind him. "Listen here," he said. "You think we got time to read a lot o' nothin' in your ole handwritin' that nobody can read anyhow, and then go and toil and moil to print it on our printin' press? I guess we got work enough printin' what we write for our newspaper our own selves. My goodness, Florence, I told you this isn't any child's play." For the moment Florence appeared to be somewhat baffled. "Well," she said, "well, you better put this poem in your ole newspaper if you want to have anyhow one thing in it that won't make everybody sick that reads it." "I won't do it," Herbert said decisively. "What you take us for?" his partner added. "All right, then," Florence responded. "I'll go and tell Uncle Joseph, and he'll take this printing press back." "He will not take it back. I already did tell him how you kept pokin' around, trying to run everything, and how we just worried our lives out trying to keep you away. He said he bet it was a hard job. That's what Uncle Joseph said. So go on, tell him anything you want to. You don't get your old poem in our newspaper." "Not if she lived to be 200 years old," Henry Rooter added. Then he had an afterthought. "Not unless she pays for it." "How do you mean?" Herbert asked, puzzled by this codicil. Now Henry's brow had become corrugated with no little professional impressiveness. "You know what we were talking about this morning?" he said. "How the right way to run our newspaper we ought to have some advertisements in it and everything? Well, we want money, don't we? We could put this poem in our newspaper like an advertisement. That is, if Florence has got any money, we could." Herbert frowned. "If her old poem isn't too long, I guess we could. Here, let's see it, Florence." And, taking the sheet of paper in his hand, he studied the dimensions of the poem, without paining himself to read it. "Well, I guess maybe we can do it," he said. "How much ought we to charge her?" This question sent Henry Rooter into a state of calculation, while Florence observed him with veiled anxiety; but after a time he looked up, his brow showing continued strain. "Do you keep a bank, Florence? For nickels and dimes and maybe quarters, you know?" he inquired. It was her cousin who impulsively replied for her. "No, she don't," he said. "Not since I was about 7 years old." And Florence added sharply, though with dignity, "Do you still make mud pies in your back yard, pray?" "Now see here," Henry objected. "Try and be a lady anyway for a few minutes, can't you? I got to figure out how much we got to charge you for your old poem, don't I?" "Well, then," Florence returned, "you better ask me somep'n about that, hadn't you?" "Well," said Henry Rooter, "have you got any money at home?" "No, I haven't." "Have you got any money with you?" "Yes, I have." "How much is it?" "I won't tell you." Henry frowned. "I guess we ought to make her pay about $2.50, he said, turning to his partner. Herbert became deferential. It seemed to him that he had formed a business association with a genius, and for a moment he was dazzled. Then he remembered Florence's financial capacities, always well known to him, and he looked depressed. Florence herself looked indignant. "$2.50!" she cried. "Why, I could buy this whole place for $2.50, printing press, railing, and all. Yes, and you thrown in, Mr. Henry Rooter." "See here, Florence," Henry said earnestly, "haven't you got $2.50?" "Of course she hasn't," his partner assured him. "She never had $2.50 in her life." "Well, then," said Henry gloomily, "what we goin' to do about it? How much you think we ought to charge her?" Herbert's expression became noncommittal. "Just let me think a minute," he said, and with his hand to his brow he stepped behind the unsuspicious Florence. "I got to think," he murmured. Then with the straightforwardness of his age he suddenly seized his damsel cousin from the rear and held her in a tight but far from affectionate embrace, pinioning her arms. She shrieked, "Murder!" and "Let me go!" and "Help! Help!" "Look in her pocket!" Herbert shouted. "She keeps her money in her skirt pocket when she's got any. It's on the left side of her. Don't let her kick you. Look out!" "I got it," said the dexterous Henry, retreating and exhibiting coins. "It's 1 dime and 2 nickels, 20 cents. Has she got any more pockets?" "No, I haven't," Florence fiercely informed him, as Herbert released her. "And I guess you better hand that money back if you don't want to be arrested for stealing." But Henry was unmoved. 20 cents, he said calculatingly. "Well, all right. It isn't much, but you can have your poem in our newspaper for 20 cents, Florence. If you don't want to pay that much, why, take your old 20 cents and go on away." "Yes," said Herbert. "That's as cheap as we'll do it, Florence. Take it or leave it." "Take it or leave it," Henry Rooter agreed. "That's the way to talk to her. Take it or leave it, Florence. If you don't take it, you got to leave it." Florence was indignant, but she decided to take it. "All right," she said coldly. "I wouldn't pay another cent if I died for it." "Well, you haven't got another cent, so that's all right," Mr. Rooter remarked, and he honorably extended an open palm toward his partner. "Here, Herbert, you can have the dime, or the 2 nickels, whichever you rather. It makes no difference to me. I'd as soon have one as the other." Herbert took the 2 nickels, and turned to Florence. "See here, Florence," he said, in a tone of strong complaint. "This business is all done and paid for now. What you want to hang around here any more for?" "Yes, Florence," his partner faithfully seconded him at once. "We haven't got any more time to waste round here to day, and so what you want to stand around in the way and everything for? You ought to know yourself we don't want you." "I'm not in the way!" said Florence hotly. "Whose way am I in?" "Well, anyhow, if you don't go," Herbert informed her, "we'll carry you downstairs and lock you out." "I'd just like to see you!" she returned, her eyes flashing. "Just you dare to lay a finger on me again!" And she added, "Anyway, if you did, those old doors haven't got any lock on 'em. I'll come right back in and walk straight up the stairs again." Herbert advanced toward her. "Now you pay attention to me," he said. "You've paid for your old poem, and we got to have some peace around here. I'm going straight over to your mother and ask her to come and get you." Florence gave up. "What difference would that make, Mr. Taddletale?" she inquired mockingly. "I wouldn't be here when she came, would I? I'll thank you to notice there's some value to my time myself, and I'll just politely ask you to excuse me, pray." End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Gentle Julia, by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. With a proud air she crushingly departed, returning to her own home far from dissatisfied with what she had accomplished. Moreover, she began to expand with the realization of a new importance, and she was gratified with the effect upon her parents at dinner that evening, when she informed them that she had written a poem, which was to be published in the prospective first number of the North End Daily Oriole. "Written a poem?" said her father. "Well, I declare! Why, that's remarkable, Florence!" "I'm glad the boys were nice about it," said her mother. "I should have feared they couldn't appreciate it, after being so cross to you about letting you have anything to do with the printing press. They must have thought it was a very good poem." "Where is the poem, Florence?" Mr. Atwater asked. "Let's read it and see what our little girl can do when she really tries." Unfortunately, Florence had not a copy, and when she informed her father of this fact, he professed himself greatly disappointed, as well as eager for the first appearance of the Oriole, that he might felicitate himself upon the evidence of his daughter's heretofore unsuspected talent. Florence was herself anxious for the newspaper's début, and she made her anxiety so clear to Atwater and Rooter, owners and proprietors, every afternoon after school during the following week, that by Thursday further argument and repartee on their part were felt to be indeed futile, and in order to have a little peace around there, they carried her downstairs. At least they defined their action as carrying, and, having deposited her in the yard, they were obliged to stand guard at the doors, which they closed and contrived to hold against her until her strength was worn out for that day. Florence consoled herself. During the week she dropped in on all the members of the family, her grandfather, uncles and aunts and cousins, her great-aunts and great-uncles, and in each instance, after no protracted formal preliminaries, lightly remarked that she wrote poetry now, her first to appear in the forthcoming Oriole; and when Great Aunt Carrie said, "Why, Florence, you're wonderful! I couldn't write a poem to save my life. I never could see how they do it," Florence laughed, made a deprecatory little side motion with her head, and responded, "Why, Aunt Carrie, that's nothing. It just kind of comes to you." This also served as her explanation when some of her school friends expressed their admiration after being told the news in confidence, though to one of the teachers she said, smiling ruefully, as in remembrance of midnight oil, "It does take work, of course." When opportunity offered upon the street, she joined people she knew, or even rather distant acquaintances, to talk with them a little way and lead the conversation to the subject of poetry, including her own contribution to that art. Altogether, if Florence was not in a fair way to become a poetic celebrity, it was not her own fault, but entirely that of the North End Daily Oriole, which was to make its appearance on Saturday, but failed to do so on account of too much enthusiasm on the part of Atwater and Rooter in manipulating the printing press. It broke, had to be repaired, and Florence, her nerves upset by the accident, demanded her money back. This was impossible, and the postponement proved to be but an episode. Moreover, it gave her time to let more people know of the treat that was coming. Among these was Noble Dill. Until the Friday following her disappointment, she had found no opportunity to acquaint her very ideal with the news, and but for an encounter partly due to chance he might not have heard of it. A sentimental enrichment of color in her cheeks was the result of her catching sight of him, as she was on the point of opening and entering her own front door that afternoon on her return from school. He was passing the house, walking somewhat dreamily. Florence stepped into the sheltering vestibule, peeping round it with earnest eyes to watch him as he went by. Obviously he had taken no note of her. Satisfied of this, she waited until he was at a little distance, then ran lightly down to the gate, hurried after him, and joined him. "Why, Mr. Dill!" she exclaimed, in her mother's most polished manner. "How surprising to see you! I presume as we both happen to be walking the same direction we might just as well keep together." "Surprising to see me?" Noble said vaguely. "I haven't been away anywhere in particular, Florence." Then, at a thought, he brightened. "I'm glad to see you, Florence. Do you know if any of your family or relatives have heard when your Aunt Julia is coming home?" "Aunt Julia, she's out of town," said Florence. "She's visiting different people she used to know when she was away at school." "Yes, I know," Mr. Dill returned. "But she's been gone 6 weeks." "Oh, I don't believe it's that long," Florence said casually; then with more earnestness, "Mr. Dill, I was goin' to ask you somep'n. It's kind of a funny question for me to ask, but " "Yes, she has," Noble interrupted, not aware that his remark was an interruption. "Oh, yes, she has," he said. "It was 6 weeks day before yesterday afternoon. I saw your father downtown this morning, and he said he didn't know that any of the family had heard just when she was coming home. I thought maybe some of your relatives had a letter from her by this afternoon's mail, perhaps." "I guess not," said Florence. "Mr. Dill, there was a question I thought I'd ask you. It's kind of a funny question for me." "Are you sure nobody's heard from your Aunt Julia to day?" Noble insisted. "I guess they haven't. Mr. Dill, I was goin' to ask you." "It's strange," he murmured. "I don't see how people can enjoy visits that long. I should think they'd get anxious about what might happen at home." "Oh, grandpa's all right. He says he kind of likes to have the house nice and quiet to himself, and anyway Aunt Julia enjoys visiting," Florence assured him. "Aunt Fanny saw a newspaper from one of the places where Aunt Julia's visiting her school roommate. It had her picture in it, and called her the famous Northern Beauty. It was down South somewhere. Well, Mr. Dill, I was just sayin' I believe I'd ask you." But a sectional rancor seemed all at once to affect the young man. "Oh, yes, I heard about that," he said. "Your Aunt Fanny lent my mother the newspaper. Those people in that part of the country well!" He paused, remembering that it was only Florence he addressed, and he withheld from utterance his opinion that the Civil War ought to be fought all over again. "Your father said your grandfather hadn't heard from her for several days, and even then she hadn't said when she was coming home." "No, I expect she didn't," said Florence. "Mr. Dill, I was goin' to ask you somep'n. It's kind of a queer kind of question for me to ask, I guess." She paused. However, he did not interrupt her, seeming preoccupied with gloom; whereupon Florence permitted herself a deprecatory laugh, and continued: "It might be you'd answer yes, or it might be you'd answer no, but anyway I was goin' to ask you. It's kind of a funny question for me to ask, I expect, but do you like poetry?" "What?" "Well, as things have turned out lately, I guess it's kind of a funny question, Mr. Dill, but do you like poetry?" Noble's expression took on a coldness, for the word brought to his mind a thought of Newland Sanders. "Do I like poetry?" said Noble. "No, I don't." Florence was momentarily discouraged, but at her age people usually possess an invaluable faculty, which they lose later in life, and it is a pity that they do lose it. At 13, especially the earlier months of 13, they are still able to set aside and dismiss from their minds almost any facts, no matter how audibly those facts have asked for recognition. Children superbly allow themselves to become deaf, so to speak, to undesirable circumstances; most frequently, of course, to undesirable circumstances in the way of parental direction, so that fathers, mothers, nurses, or governesses, not comprehending that this mental deafness is for the time being entirely genuine, are liable to hoarseness both of throat and temper. 13 is an age when the fading of this gift or talent, one of the most beautiful of childhood, begins to impair its helpfulness under the mistaken stress of discipline; but Florence retained something of it. In a moment or two Noble Dill's dissatisfaction toward poetry was altogether as if it did not exist. She coughed, inclined her head a little to one side, in her mother's manner of politeness to callers, and, repeating her deprecatory laugh, remarked: "Oh, well, of course it's kind of a funny question for me to ask, of course." "What is it, Florence?" Noble inquired absently. "Well, what I was saying was that course it's sort of queer, me asking if you like poetry, of course, on account of my writing poetry the way I do now." She looked up at him with a bright readiness to respond modestly to whatever exclamation his wonder should dictate, but Noble's attention had straggled again. "Has she written your mother lately?" he asked. Florence's expression denoted a mental condition slightly disturbed. "No," she said. "It's goin' to be printed in the North End Daily Oriole." "What?" "My poem. It's about a vast Amen. Anyhow, that's proba'ly the best thing in it, I guess, and they're goin' to have it out to morrow, or else they'll have to settle with me. That's one thing certain. I'll bring one over to your house and leave it at the door for you, Mr. Dill." Noble had but a confused notion of what she thus generously promised. However, he said, "Thank you," and nodded vaguely. "Of course I don't know as it's so awful good," Florence admitted insincerely. "The family all seem to think it's something pretty much, but I don't know if it is or not. Really, I don't." "No," said Noble, still confused. "I suppose not." "I'm halfway through another one. I think myself will be a good deal better. I'm not goin' as fast with it as I did with the other one, and I expect it'll be quite a ways ahead of this one." She again employed the deprecatory little laugh. "Oh, I don't know how I do it, myself. The family all thinks it's sort of funny. I don't know how I do it, myself, but that's the way it is. They all say if they could do it, they're sure they'd know how they did it. But I guess they're wrong. I presume if you can do it, why, it just comes to you. Don't you presume that's the way it is, Mr. Dill?" "I guess so." They had reached his gate, and he stopped. "You're sure none of your family have heard anything today?" he asked anxiously. "From Aunt Julia? I don't think they have." He sighed, and opened the gate. "Well, good evening, Florence." "Good evening." Her eyes followed him wistfully as he passed within the enclosure. Then she turned and walked quickly toward her own home. But at the corner of the next fence she called back over her shoulder, "I'll leave it with your mother for you, if you're not home when I bring it." "What?" he shouted from his front door. "I'll leave it with your mother." "Leave what?" "The poem." "Oh," said Noble. "Thanks." But when his mother handed him a copy of the first issue of the North End Daily Oriole the next day, when he came home to lunch, he read it without edification. There was nothing about Julia in it. The North End Daily Oriole. Atwater and Rooter, Owners and Proprietors. Subscribe now 25 cents per year. Subscriptions schlould be brought to the east entrance of Atwater and Rooter Newspaper Building every afternoon 4:30 to 6, 25 cents. News of the City. The candidates for mayor at the election are Mr. P. N. Gordon and John T. Milo. The contest is very great between these candidates. Holcomb's chickens get in Mr. Joseph Atwater's yard a god deal lately. He says chickens are out of place in a city of this size. Minnie the cook of Mr. F. L. Smith's residence goes downtown every Thursday afts about 3, her regular day for it. A new ditch is being dug across the Mr. Henry D. Vance backyard. 'Tis about dug, but nobody is working there now. Patty Fairchild received the highest mark in declamation of the 7A at Sumner School last Friday. Balf's Gorsey wagon ran over a cat of the Mr. Rayfort family. Geo, the driver of the wagon, stated he had not, but was willing to take it away and burg it somewheres. Geo stated regret and claimed nothing but an accident which could not be helped and not his team that did the damage. Miss Cofield, teacher of the 7A at Sumner School, was reported on the sink list. We hope she will soon be well. There were several deaths in the city this week. Mr. Fairchild, father of Patty Fairchild, was on the sick list several days and did not go to his office, but is out now. Ben Crisot, the chauffeur of the Mr. R. G. Atwater family, washed their car on Monday. In using the hose, he turned water over the fence accidentally and hit Lonnie, the washwoman, in back of Mrs. Bruffs, who called him some low names. Ben told her if he had have been a man he would strike her, but soon the disturbance was at an end. There is a good deal more of other news, which will be printed in our next No. Advertisements and poems, 20 cents each up. Joseph K. Atwater and Company, 127 South Iowa Street. Steam pumps. The Organ Step by Florence Atwater. The organ step was seated at his organ in some beautiful words of Vagel and Breer, but he was a great organ step, and always, when the soil is weary and the mind is drear, I would play music like a vast amen, the way it sounds in a church of new. Subscribe now 25 cents. Adva and poetry 20 cents up. Atwater and Rooter News Paper Buildings 25 cents per year. Such was the first issue, complete, of the North End Daily Oriole. What had happened to the poem was due partly to Atwater and Rooter's natural lack of experience in a new and exacting trade, partly to their enviable unconsciousness of any necessity for proofreading, and somewhat to their haste in getting through the final and least interesting stage of their undertaking. For, of course, so far as the printers were concerned, the poem was mere hack-work anticlimax. and as they later declared, under fire, anybody that could make out more than 3 words in 5 of Florence's old handwriting was welcome to do it. Besides, what did it matter if a little bit was left out at the end of 1 or 2 of the lines? They couldn't be expected to run the lines out over their margin, could they? And they never knew anything crazier than making all this fuss because, well, what if some of it wasn't printed just exactly right? Who in the world was going to notice it? And what was the difference of just a few words different in that old poem anyhow? For by the time these explanations, so to call them, took place, Florence was indeed making a fuss. Her emotion, at first, had been happily stimulated at sight of "By Florence Atwater." A singular tenderness had risen in her, a tremulous sense as of something almost sacred coming at last into its own, and she hurried to distribute gratis among relatives and friends several copies of the Oriole, paying for them too, though not without injurious argument, at the rate of 2 cents a copy. But upon returning to her own home she became calm enough, for a moment or so, to look over the poem with attention to details. She returned hastily to the newspaper building, but would have been wiser to remain away, since all subscribers had received their copies by the time she got there, and under the circumstances little reparation was practicable. She ended her oration, or professed to end it, by declaring that she would never have another poem in their old vile newspaper as long as she lived. "You're right about that," Henry Rooter agreed heartily. "We wouldn't let another one in it. Not for $50. Just look at all the trouble we took, moiling and toiling to get your old poem printed as nice as we could, so it wouldn't ruin our newspaper, and then you come over here and go on like this, and all this and that. Why, I wouldn't go through it again for $100. We're making good money anyhow with our newspaper, Florence Atwater. You needn't think we depend on you for our living." "That's so," his partner declared. "We knew you wouldn't be satisfied anyway, Florence. Didn't we, Henry?" "I should say we did." "Yes, sir," said Herbert. "Right when we were having the worst time trying to print it and make out some o' the words, I said right then we were just throwing away our time. I said, 'What's the use? That old girl's bound to raise Cain anyhow, so what's the use wasting a whole lot of our good time and brains like this, just to suit her? Whatever we do, she's certain to come over and insult us. Isn't that what I said, Henry?" "Yes, it is. And I said then you were right, and you are right." "Certainly I am," said Herbert. "Didn't I tell you she'd be just the way some of the family say she is? A good many of 'em say she'd find fault with the undertaker at her own funeral. That's just exactly what I said." "Oh, you did?" Florence burlesqued a polite interest. "How very considerate of you! Then perhaps you'll try to be a gentleman enough for one simple moment to allow me to tell you my last remarks on this subject. I've said enough." "Oh, have you?" Herbert interrupted with violent sarcasm. "Oh, no! Say not so, Florence, say not so!" At this, Henry Rooter loudly shouted with applausive hilarity, whereupon Herbert, rather surprised at his own effectiveness, naturally repeated his waggery. "Say not so, Florence, say not so, say not so!" "I'll tell you one thing," his lady cousin cried, thoroughly infuriated. "I wish to make just one last simple remark that I would care to soil myself within your respects, Mr. Herbert Illingsworth Atwater and Mr. Henry Rooter." "Oh, say not so, Florence," they both entreated. "Say not so, say not so!" "I'll just simply state the simple truth," Florence announced. "In the first place, you're goin' to live to see the day when you'll come and beg me on your bented knees to have me put poems or anything I want to in your old newspaper, but I'll just laugh at you. Indeed, I'll say, 'So you come beggin' around me, do you?' Ha ha, I'll say. I guess it's a little too late for that. Why, I wouldn't—" "Oh, say not so, Florence, say not so!" "Me to allow You to have one of my poems, I'll say. Much less than that, I'll say. Because even if I was wearing the oldest shoes I got in the world, I wouldn't take the trouble to Her conclusion was drowned out. "Oh, Florence! Say not so! Say not so, Florence! Say not so!" End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. The hateful entreaty still murmured in her resentful ears that night as she fell asleep, and she passed into the beginnings of a dream with her lips slightly dimpling the surface of her pillow in belated repartee. And upon waking, though it was Sunday, her first words, half slumberous in the silence of the morning, were, "Vile things!" Her faculties became more alert during the preparation of a toilet that was to serve not only for breakfast, but, with the addition of gloves, a hat, and a blue velvet coat, for church and Sunday school as well. And she planned 100 vengeances. That is to say, her mind did not occupy itself with plots possible to make real, but rather it dabbled among those fragmentary visions that love to overlap and displace one another upon the changeful retina of the mind's eye. In all of these pictures, wherein prevailingly she seemed to be some sort of deathly powerful queen of poetry, the postures assumed by the figures of Misters Atwater and Rooter, both in an extremity of rags, were miserably suppliant. So she soothed herself a little, but not long. Herbert in the next pew in church, and Henry in the next beyond that, were perfect compositions in smugness. They were cold, contented, aristocratic, and had an imperturbable understanding between themselves, even then perceptible to the sensitive Florence, that she was a nuisance now capably disposed of by their beautiful discovery of "Say not so." Florence's feelings were unbecoming to the place and occasion. But at 4 o'clock that afternoon she was assuaged into a milder condition by the arrival, according to an agreement made in Sunday school, of the popular Miss Patty Fairchild. Patty was 13 and a half, an exquisite person with gold-dusted hair, eyes of singing blue, and an alluring air of sweet self-consciousness. Henry Rooter and Herbert Illingsworth Atwater, Jr., out gathering news, saw her entering Florence's gate and immediately forgot that they were reporters. They became silent, gradually moving toward the house of their newspaper's sole poetess. Florence and Patty occupied themselves indoors for half an hour, then went out in the yard to study a mole's tunnel that had interested Florence recently. They followed it across the lawn at the south side of the house, discussing the habits of moles and other matters of zoology, and finally lost the track near the fence, which was here the side fence and higher than their heads. Patty looked through a knothole to see if the tunnel was visible in the next yard, but, without reporting upon her observations, she turned, as if carelessly, and leaned back against the fence, covering the knothole. "Florence," she said in a tone softer than she had been using heretofore, "Florence, do you know what I think?" "No. Could you see any more tracks over there?" "Florence," said Patty, "I was just going to tell you something, only maybe I better not." "Why not?" Florence inquired. "Go on and tell me." "No," said Patty gently. "You might think it was silly." "No, I won't." "Yes, you might." "I promise I won't." "Well, then oh, Florence, I'm sure you'll think it's silly." "I promised I wouldn't." "Well, I don't think I better say it." "Go on," Florence urged. "Patty, you got to." "Well, then, if I got to," said Patty, "what I was going to say
Florence. Don't you think your cousin Herbert and Henry Rooter have got the nicest eyes of any boy in town?" "Who?" Florence was astounded. "I do," Patty said in her charming voice. "I think Herbert and Henry have got the nicest eyes of any boy in town." "You do?" Florence cried incredulously. "Yes, I really do, Florence. I think Herbert Atwater and Henry Rooter have got the nicest eyes of any boy in town." "Well, I never heard anything like this before," Florence declared. "But don't you think they've got the nicest eyes of any boy in town?" Patty insisted, appealingly. "I think," said Florence, "their eyes are just horrible." "What?" "Herbert's eyes," continued Florence ardently, "are the very worst lookin' old squinty eyes I ever saw, and that nasty little Henry Rooter's eyes—" But Patty had suddenly become fidgety. She hurried away from the fence. "Come over here, Florence," she said. "Let's go over to the other side of the yard and talk." It was time for her to take some such action. Misters Atwater and Rooter, seated quietly together upon a box on the other side of the fence, though with their backs to the knothole, were beginning to show signs of inward disturbance. Already flushed with the unexpected ineffabilities overheard, their complexions had grown even pinker upon Florence's open-hearted expressions of opinion. Slowly they turned their heads to look at the fence, upon the other side of which stood the maligner of their eyes. Not that they cared what that old girl thought, but she oughtn't to be allowed to go around talking like this, and perhaps prejudicing everybody that had a kind word to say for them. "Come over here, Florence," called Patty huskily, from the other side of the yard. "Let's talk here." Florence was puzzled, but consented. "What you want to talk over here for?" she asked as she came near her friend. "Oh, I don't know," said Patty. "Let's go out in the front yard." She led the way round the house, and a moment later uttered a cry of surprise as the firm of Atwater and Rooter, passing along the pavement, hesitated at the gate. Their celebrated eyes showed doubt for a moment, then a brazenness. Herbert and Henry decided to come in. "Isn't this the funniest thing?" cried Patty. "After what I just said a while ago, you know, Florence, don't you dare to tell them." "I certainly won't," her hostess promised, and, turning inhospitably to the two callers, "What on earth you want around here?" she inquired. Herbert chivalrously took upon himself the duty of response. "Look here, this is my own aunt and uncle's yard, isn't it? I guess if I want to come in it, I got a perfect right to." "I should say so," his partner said warmly. "Why, of course," the cordial Patty agreed. "We can play some nice Sunday games or something. Let's sit on the porch steps and think what to do." "I just as soon," said Henry Rooter. "I got nothin' particular to do." "I haven't either," said Herbert. Thereupon Patty sat between them on the steps. "This is perfectly grand!" she cried. "Come on, Florence, aren't you going to sit down with all the rest of us?" "Well, pray kindly excuse me," said Miss Atwater, and she added that she would neither sit on the same steps with Herbert Atwater and Henry Rooter, nor, even if they entreated her with accompanying genuflections, would she have anything else whatever to do with them. She concluded with a reference to the oldest pair of shoes she might ever come to possess, and withdrew to the railing of the veranda at a point farthest from the steps, and, seated there, swinging one foot rhythmically, she sang hymns in a tone at once plaintive and inimical. It was not lost upon her, however, that her withdrawal had little effect upon her guests. They chattered gaily, and Patty devised or remembered
harmless little games that could be played by a few people as well as by many, and the three participants were so congenial and noisy, and made so merry, that before long Florence was unable to avoid the impression that whether she liked it or not, she was giving quite a party. At times the noted eyes of Atwater and Rooter were gentled o'er with the soft cast of enchantment, especially when Patty felt called upon to reprove the two with little coquetries of slaps and pushes. Noted for her sprightliness, she was never sprightlier. Her pretty laughter tooted continuously, and the gentlemen accompanied it with doting sounds so repulsive to Florence that without being actively conscious of what she did, she embodied the phrase "perfectly sickening" in the hymn she was crooning, and repeated it over and over to the air of Rock of Ages. "Now, I tell you what let's play," the versatile Patty proposed, after exhausting the pleasures of geography, ghosts, and other tests of intellect. "Let's play Truth. We'll each take a piece of paper and a pencil, and then each of us asks the other one some question, and we have to write down the answer and sign your name and fold it up so nobody can see it except the one that asked the question, and we have to keep it a secret and never tell as long as we live." "All right," said Henry Rooter. "I'll be the one to ask you a question, Patty." "No," Herbert said promptly. "I ought to be the one to ask Patty." "Why ought you?" Henry demanded. "Why ought you?" "Listen!" Patty cried. "I know the way we'll do. I'll ask each of you a question. We have to whisper it, and each one of you'll ask me one, and then we'll write it. That'll be simply grand!" She clapped her hands, then checked herself. "Oh, I guess we can't either. We haven't got any paper and pencils unless—" Here she seemed to recall her hostess. "Oh, Florrie, dear, run in the house and get us some paper and pencils." Florence gave no sign other than to increase the volume of her voice as she sang: "Perfectly sickening, clef for me, let me perfectly sickening." "We got plenty," said Herbert, whereupon he and Henry produced pencils and their professional notebooks, and supplied their fair friend and themselves with material for Truth. "Come on, Patty, whisper me whatever you want to." "No, I ought to have her whisper me first," Henry Rooter objected. "I'll write the answer to any question. I don't care what it's about." "Well, it's got to be the truth, you know," Patty warned him. "We all have to write down just exactly the truth on our word of honor, and sign our name. Promise?" They promised earnestly. "All right," said Patty. "Now I'll whisper Henry a question first, and then you can whisper yours to me first, Herbert." This seemed to fill all needs happily, and the whispering and writing began, and continued with a coziness little to the taste of the piously singing Florence. She altered all previous opinions of her friend Patty, and when the latter finally closed the session on the steps and announced that she must go home, the hostess declined to accompany her into the house to help her find where she had left her hat and wrap. "I haven't the least idea where I took 'em off," Patty declared in the airiest manner. "If you won't come with me, Florrie, s'pose you just call in the front door and tell your mother to get 'em for me." "Oh, they're somewhere in there," Florence said coldly, not ceasing to swing her foot, and not turning her head. "You can find 'em by yourself, I presume, or if you can't I'll have our maid throw 'em out in the yard or somep'n to morrow." "Well, thank you!" Miss Fairchild rejoined, as she entered the house. The two boys stood waiting, having in mind to go with Patty as far as her own gate. "That's a pretty way to speak to company," Herbert addressed his cousin with heavily marked severity. "Next time you do anything like that I'll march straight in the house and inform your mother of the fact." Florence still swung her foot and looked dreamily away. She sang, to the air of Rock of Ages:
Henry Rooter, Herbert too. They make me sick, that's what they do. However, they were only too well prepared with their annihilating response. "Oh, say not so, Florence! Say not so! Florence, say not so!" They even sent this same odious refrain back to her from the street as they departed with their lovely companion; and so tenuous is feminine loyalty sometimes, under these stresses, Miss Fairchild mingled her sweet, tantalizing young soprano with their changing and cackling falsetto. "Say not so, Florence! Oh, say not so! Say not so!" Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. Recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. They went satirically down the street, their chumminess with one another bountifully increased by their common derision of the outsider on the porch; and even at a distance they still contrived to make themselves intolerable, looking back over their shoulders at intervals with say not so expressions on their faces. Even when these faces were far enough away to be but yellowish oval planes, their say not so expressions were still bitingly eloquent. Now a northern breeze chilled the air, as the hateful three became indistinguishable in the haze of autumn dusk, whereupon Florence stopped swinging her foot, left the railing, and went morosely into the house. And here it was her fortune to make two discoveries vital to her present career, the first arising out of a conversation between her father and mother in the library, where a gossipy fire of soft coal encouraged this proper Sunday afternoon entertainment for man and wife. "Sit down and rest, Florence," said her mother. "I'm afraid you play too hard when Patty and the boys are here. Do sit quietly and rest yourself a while." And as Florence obeyed, Mrs. Atwater turned to her husband, resuming: "Well, that's what I said. I told Aunt Carrie I thought the same way about it that you did. Of course nobody ever knows what Julia's going to do next, and nobody needs to be surprised at anything she does do. Ever since she came home from school, about 4/5 of all the young men in town have been wild about her, and so's every old bachelor, for the matter of that." "Yes," Mr. Atwater added, "and every old widower, too." His wife warmly accepted the amendment. "And every old widower, too," she said, nodding. "Rather! And of course Julia's just done exactly as she pleased about everything, and naturally she's going to do as she pleases about this." "Well, of course it's her own affair, Mollie," Mr. Atwater said mildly. "She couldn't be expected to consult the whole Atwater family connection before she—" "Oh, no," she agreed. "I don't say she could. Still, it is rather upsetting, coming so suddenly like this, when not one of the family has ever seen him, never even heard his very name before." "Well, that part of it isn't especially strange, Mollie. He was born and brought up in a town 300 miles from here. I don't see just how we could have heard his name, unless he visited here, or got into the papers in some way." Mrs. Atwater seemed unwilling to yield a mysterious point. She rocked decorously in her rocking chair, shook her head, and after setting her lips rigidly, opened them to insist that she could never change her mind. Julia had acted very abruptly. Why couldn't she have let her poor father know at least a few days before she did? Mr. Atwater sighed. "Why, she explains in her letter that she only knew it herself an hour before she wrote." "Her poor father!" his wife repeated commiseratingly. "Why, Mollie, I don't see how father's especially to be pitied." "Don't you?" said Mrs. Atwater. "That old man to have to live in that big house all alone, except a few negro servants?" "Why, no. About half the houses in the neighborhood, up and down the street, are fully occupied by close relatives of his. I doubt if he'll be really as lonely as he'd like to be. And he's often said he'd give a great deal if Julia
had been a plain, unpopular girl. I'm strongly of the opinion myself that he'll be pleased about this. Of course, it may upset him a little at first." "Yes, I think it will." Mrs. Atwater shook her head forebodingly. "And he isn't the only one it's going to upset." "No, he isn't," her husband admitted seriously. "That's always been the trouble with Julia. She never could bear to seem disappointing, and so, of course, I suppose every one of 'em has a special idea that he's really about the top of the list with her." "Every last one of 'em is positive of it," said Mrs. Atwater. "That was Julia's way with 'em." "Yes, Julia's always been much too kind hearted for other people's good." Thus Mr. Atwater summed up Julia, and he was her brother. Additionally, since he was the older, he had known her since her birth. "If you ask me," said his wife, "I'll really be surprised if it all goes through without a suicide." "Oh, not quite suicide, perhaps," Mr. Atwater protested. "I'm glad it's a fairly dry town, though." She failed to fathom his simple meaning. "Why?" "Well, some of 'em might feel that desperate at least," he explained. "Prohibition's a safeguard for the disappointed in love." This phrase and a previous one stirred Florence, who had been sitting quietly, according to request, and resting, but not resting her curiosity. "Who's disappointed in love, papa?" she inquired with an explosive eagerness that slightly startled her preoccupied parents. "What is all this about Aunt Julia, and grandpa going to live alone, and people committing suicide, and prohibition, and everything? What is all this, mamma?" "Nothing, Florence." "Nothing? That's what you always say about the very most interesting things that happen in the whole family. What is all this, papa?" "It's nothing that would be interesting to little girls, Florence. Merely some family matters." "My goodness!" Florence exclaimed. "I'm not a little girl any more, papa. You're always forgetting my age. And if it's a family matter, I belong to the family, I guess, about as much as anybody else, don't I? Grandpa himself isn't any more one of the family than I am. I don't care how old he is." This was undeniable, and her father laughed. "Oh, it's really nothing you'd care about one way or the other," he said. "Well, I'd care about it if it's a secret," Florence insisted. "If it's a secret, I'd want to know about it, whatever it's about." "Oh, it isn't a secret, particularly, I suppose. At least it's not to be made public for a time. It's only to be known in the family." "Well, didn't I just prove I'm as much one of the family as—" "Never mind," her father said soothingly. "I don't suppose there's any harm in your knowing it, if you won't go telling everybody. Your Aunt Julia has just written us that she's engaged." Mrs. Atwater uttered an exclamation, but she was too late to check him. "I'm afraid you oughtn't to have told Florence. She isn't just the most discreet—" "Pshaw!" he laughed. "She certainly is one of the family, however, and Julia wrote that all of the family might be told. You'll not speak of it outside the family, will you, Florence?" But Florence was not yet able to speak of it, even inside the family. So surprising, sometimes, are parents' theories of what will not interest their children. She sat staring, her mouth open, and in the uncertain illumination of the room these symptoms of her emotional condition went unobserved. "I say, you won't speak of Julia's engagement outside the family, will you, Florence?" "Papa!" she gasped. "Did Aunt Julia write she was engaged?" "Yes." "To get married?" "It would seem so." "To who?" "To whom, Florence?" her mother suggested primly. "Mamma!" the daughter cried. "Who's Aunt Julia engaged to get married to? Noble Dill?" "Good gracious, no!" Mrs. Atwater exclaimed. "What an absurd idea! It's to a young man in the place she's visiting, a stranger to all of us. Julia only met him a few weeks ago." Here she forgot Florence, and turned again to her husband, wearing her former expression of experienced foreboding. "It's just as I said. It's exactly like Julia to do such a reckless thing." "But as we don't know anything at all about the young man," he remonstrated, "how do you know it's reckless?" "How do you know he's young?" Mrs. Atwater retorted crisply. "All in the world she said about him was that he's a lawyer. He may be a widower, for all we know, or divorced, with 7 or 8 children." "Oh, no, Mollie!" "Why, he might," she insisted. "For all we know, he may be a widower for the 3rd or 4th time, or divorced, with any number of children. If such a person proposed to Julia, you know yourself she'd hate to be disappointing." Her husband laughed. "I don't think she'd go so far as to actually accept such a person, and write home to announce her engagement to the family. I suppose most of her swains here have been in the habit of proposing to her just as frequently as she was unable to prevent them from going that far, and while I don't think she's been as discouraging with them as she might have been, she's never really accepted any of 'em. She's never been engaged before." "No," Mrs. Atwater admitted. "Not to this extent. She's never quite announced it to the family before, that is." "Yes, I'd hate to have Julia's job when she comes back," Julia's brother admitted ruefully. "What job?" "Breaking it to her admirers." "Oh, she isn't going to do that." "She'll have to now," he said. "She'll either have to write the news to 'em, or else tell 'em face to face, when she comes home." "She won't do either." "Well, how could she get out of it?" His wife smiled pityingly. "She hasn't set a time for coming home, has she? Don't you know enough of Julia's ways to see she'll never in the world stand up to the music? She writes that all the family can be told, because she knows the news will leak out, here and there, in confidence, little by little, so by the time she gets home they'll all have been through their first spasms, and after that she hopes they'll just send her some forgiving flowers, and greet her with manly handclasps, and get ready to usher at the wedding." "Well," said Mr. Atwater, "I'm afraid you're right. It does seem rather like Julia to stay away till the first of the worst is over. I'm really sorry for some of 'em. I suppose it will get whispered about, and they'll hear it, and there are some of the poor things that might take it pretty hard." "Take it pretty hard?" his wife echoed loudly. "There's one of 'em, at least, who'll just merely lose his reason." "Which one?" "Noble Dill." At this, the slender form of Florence underwent a spasmodic seizure in her chair, but as the fit was short and also noiseless, it passed without being noticed. "Yes," said Mr. Atwater thoughtfully, "I suppose he will." "He certainly will," Mrs. Atwater declared. "Noble's mother told me last week that he'd got so he was just as liable to drop a fountain pen in his coffee as a lump of sugar, and when any one speaks to him he either doesn't know it or else jumps. When he says anything, himself, she says they can scarcely ever make out what he's talking about. He was trying enough before Julia went away, but since she's been gone Mrs. Dill says he's like nothing in her experience. She says he doesn't inherit it. Mr. Dill wasn't anything like this about her." Mr. Atwater smiled faintly. "Mrs. Dill wasn't anything like Julia." "No," said his wife. "She was quite a sensible girl. I'd hate to be in her place now, though, when she tells Noble about this." "How can Mrs. Dill tell him, since she doesn't know it herself?" "Well, perhaps she ought to know it, so that she could tell him. Somebody ought to tell him, and it ought to be done with the greatest tact. It ought to be broken to him with the most delicate care and sympathy, or the consequences—" "Nobody could foretell the consequences," her husband interrupted, "no matter how tactfully it's broken to Noble."
"No," she said. "I suppose that's true. I think the poor thing's likely to lose his reason, unless it is done tactfully, though."
"Do you think we really ought to tell Mrs. Dill, Mollie? I mean, seriously, do you?" For some moments she considered his question, then replied: "No, it's possible we'd be following a Christian course in doing it, but still we're rather bound not to speak of it outside the family, and when it does get outside the family I think we'd better not be the ones responsible, especially since it might easily be traced to us. I think it's usually better to keep out of things when there's any doubt." "Yes," he said, meditating. "I never knew any harm to come of people's sticking to their own affairs." But as he and his wife became silent for a time, musing in the firelight, their daughter's special convictions were far from coinciding with theirs, although she, likewise, was silent, a singularity they should have observed. So far were they from a true comprehension of her, they were unaware that she had more than a casual young cousinly interest in Julia Atwater's engagement, and in those possible consequences to Noble Dill, just sketched with some intentional exaggeration. They did not even notice her expression when Mr. Atwater snapped on the light in order to read, and she went quietly out of the library and up the stairs to her own room. On the floor, near her bed, where Patty Fairchild had left her coat and hat, Florence made another discovery. Two small folded slips of paper lay there, dropped by Miss Fairchild when she put on her coat in the darkening room. They were the replies to Patty's whispered questions in the game on the steps, the pledged "truth" written by Henry Rooter and Herbert Atwater on their sacred words and honors. The infatuated pair had either overestimated Patty's caution, or else each had thought she would so prize his little missive that she would treasure it in a tender safety, perhaps pinned upon her blouse, at the first opportunity, over her heart. It is positively safe to say that neither of the two veracities would ever have been set upon paper had Herbert and Henry any foreshadowing that Patty might be careless, and the partners would have been seized with the utmost horror could they have conceived the possibility of their trustful messages ever falling into the hands of the relentless creature who was now, without an instant's honorable hesitation, unfolded and read them. "Yes, if I got to tell the truth, I know I have got pretty eyes," Herbert had unfortunately written. "I am glad you think so, too, Patty, because your eyes are too." Herbert Illingsworth Atwater, Jr. And Mr. Henry Rooter had likewise ruined himself in a coincidental manner. "Well, Patty, my eyes are pretty, but suppose I would like to trade with yours because you have beautiful eyes also, sure as my name is Henry Rooter." Florence stood close to the pink-shaded electric drop light over her small white dressing table, reading again and again these pathetically honest little confidences. Her eyelids were withdrawn to an unprecedented retirement, so remarkably she stared, while her mouth seemed to prepare itself for the attempted reception of a bulk beyond its capacity. And these plastic tokens, so immoderate as to be ordinarily the consequence of nothing short of horror, were overlaid by others, subtler and more gleaming, which wrought the true significance of the contortion, a joy that was dumbfounding. Her thoughts were first of Fortune's kindness in selecting her for a favor so miraculously dovetailing into the precise need of her life. Then she considered Henry and Herbert, each at this hour probably brushing his hair in preparation for the Sunday evening meal, and both touchingly unconscious of the calamity now befalling them. But what eventually engrossed her mind was a thought about Wallie Torbin. This Master Torbin, 14 years of age, was in all the town the boy most dreaded by his fellow boys and also by girls, including many of both sexes who knew him only by sight and hearing. He had no physical endowment or attainment worth mention, but boys who could whip him with one hand became sycophants in his presence. The terror he inspired was moral. He had a special overdevelopment of a faculty exercised clumsily enough by most human beings, especially in their youth. In other words, he had a genius, not, however, a genius having to do with anything generally recognized as art or science. True, if he had been a violinist prodigy or mathematical prodigy, he would have had some respect from his fellows. About equal to that he might have received if he were gifted with some pleasant deformity, such as 6 toes on a foot. But he would never have enjoyed such deadly prestige as had actually come to be his. In brief, then, Wally Torbin had a genius for mockery. Almost from his babyhood he had been a child of one purpose, to increase by burlesques the sufferings of unfortunate friends. If one of them wept, Wally incessantly pursued him, yelping in horrid mimicry. If one were chastised, he could not appear out of doors for days except to encounter Wally in a complete rehearsal of the recent agony. "Quit, papa! Papa, quit! I'll never do it again, papa! Oh, let me alone, papa!" As he grew older, his insatiate curiosity enabled him to expose unnumbered weaknesses, indiscretions, and social misfortunes on the part of acquaintances and schoolmates, and to every exposure his noise and energy gave a hideous publicity. The more his victim sought privacy, the more persistently he was followed by Wally, vociferous and attended by hilarious spectators. But above all other things, what most stimulated the demoniac boy to prodigies of satire was a tender episode or any symptom connected with the dawn of love. Florence herself had suffered at intervals throughout her 11th summer because Wally discovered that Georgie Beck had sent her a valentine, and the humorist's many squealings of that valentine's affectionate quatrain finally left her unable to decide which she hated the more, Wally or Georgie. That was the worst of Wally. He never let up. And in Florence's circle there was no more sobering threat than, "I'll tell Wally Torbin." As for Henry Rooter and Herbert Illingsworth Atwater, Jr., they would as soon have had a head hunter on their trail as Wally Torbin in the possession of anything that could incriminate them in an implication of love, or an acknowledgment, in their own handwriting, of their own beauty. The fabric of civilized life is interwoven with blackmail. Even some of the noblest people do favors for other people who are depended upon not to tell somebody something that the noblest people have done. Blackmail is born into us all, and our nurses teach us more blackmail by threatening to tell our parents if we won't do this and that, and our parents threaten to tell the doctor, and so we learn. Blackmail is part of the daily life of a child. Displeased, his first resort to get his way with other children is a threat to tell, but by and by his experience discovers the mutual benefit of honor among blackmailers. Therefore, at 8 it is no longer the ticket to threaten to tell the teacher. And a little later, threatening to tell any adult at all is considered something of a breakdown in morals. Notoriously, the code is more liable to infraction by people of the physically weaker sex, for the very reason, of course, that their inferiority of muscle so frequently compels such a sin, if they are to have their way. But for Florence there was now no such temptation. Looking to the demolition of Atwater and Rooter, an exposure before adults of the results of truth would have been an effect of the sickliest pallor compared to what might be accomplished by a careful use of the catastrophic Wally Torbin. On Sunday evening it was her privileged custom to go to the house of fat old Great Uncle Joseph and remain until 9 o'clock in chatty companionship with Uncle Joseph and Aunt Carrie, his wife, and a few other relatives, including Herbert, who were in the habit of dropping in there on Sunday evenings. In summer, lemonade and cake were frequently provided. In the autumn, One still found cake, and perhaps a pitcher of clear, new cider. Apples were a certainty. This evening was glorious. There were apples and cider and cake, with walnuts perfectly cracked, and a large open-hearted box of candy. For Uncle Joseph and Aunt Carrie had foreseen the coming of several more Atwaters than usual to talk over the new affairs of their beautiful relative, Julia. Seldom had any relative's new affairs been more thoroughly talked over than were Julia's that evening, though all the time by means of symbols, since it was thought wiser that Herbert and Florence should not yet be told of Julia's engagement. And Florence's parents were not present to confess their indiscretion. Julia was referred to as the traveler. Other makeshifts were employed with the most knowing caution, and all the while Florence merely ate inscrutably. The more sincere Herbert was placid, the foods absorbing his attention. "Well, all I say is, the traveler better enjoy herself on her travels," said Aunt Fanny, finally, as the subject appeared to be wearing toward exhaustion. "She certainly is in for it when the voyaging is over and she arrives in the port she sailed from, and has to show her papers. I agree with the rest of you, she'll have a great deal to answer for, and most of all about the shortest one. My own opinion is that the shortest one is going to burst like a balloon." The shortest one, as the demure Florence had understood from the first, was none other than her very ideal. Now she looked up from the stool where she sat with her back against a pilaster of the mantelpiece. "Uncle Joseph," she said, "I was just thinking, what is a person's reason?" The fat gentleman, rosy with firelight and cider, finished his fifth glass before responding, "Well, there are persons I never could find any reason for at all. A person's reason? What do you mean, a person's reason, Florence?" "I mean, like when somebody says they'll lose their reason," she explained. "Has everybody got a reason? And if they have, what is it? And how do they lose it? And what would they do then?" "Oh, I see," he said. "You needn't worry. I suppose since you heard it you've been hunting all over yourself for your reason and looking to see if there was one hanging out of anybody else, somewhere. No, it's something you can't see, ordinarily, Florence. Losing your reason is just another way of saying going crazy." "Oh," she murmured, and appeared to be disturbed. At this, Herbert thought it proper to offer a witticism for the pleasure of the company. "You know, Florence," he said, "it only means acting like you most always do." He applauded himself with a burst of changing laughter, ranging from a bullfrog croak to a collapsing soprano. Then he added, "Espeshually when you come round my and Henry's newspaper building. You certainly lose your reason every time you come around that old place." "Well, course I have to act like the people that's already there," Florence retorted, not sharply, but in a musing tone that should have warned him. It was not her wont to use a quiet voice for repartee. Thinking her humble, he laughed the more raucously. "Oh, Florence," he besought her, "say not so! Say not so!" "Children, children!" Uncle Joseph remonstrated. Herbert changed his tone. He became seriously plaintive. "Well, she does act that way, Uncle Joseph. When she comes around there you'd think we were running a lunatic asylum, the way she takes on. She hollers and bellers and squalls and squawks. The least little teeny thing she don't like about the way we run our paper, she comes flapping over there and goes to screeching around you could hear her out at the poorhouse farm." Now, Herbert," his Aunt Fanny interposed. "Poor little Florence isn't saying anything impolite to you. Not right now, at any rate. Why don't you be a little sweet to her, just for once?" Her unfortunate expression revolted all the manliness in Herbert's bosom. "Be a little sweet to her?" he echoed with poignant incredulity, and then in candour made plain how poorly Aunt Fanny inspired him. "I'd just exactly as soon be a little sweet to an alligator," he said. "Oh, oh!" said Aunt Carrie.
"I would," Herbert insisted. "Or a mosquito. I'd rather to either of 'em, 'cause anyway they don't make so much noise. Why, you just ought to hear her," he went on, growing more and more severe. "You ought to just come around our newspaper building any afternoon you please after school when Henry and I are tryin' to do our work in anyway some peace. Why, she just squawks and squalls and "It must be terrible," Uncle Joseph interrupted. "What do you do all that for, Florence, every afternoon?" "Just for exercise," she answered dreamily, and her placidity the more exasperated her journalist cousin. "She does it because she thinks she ought to be running our own newspaper, my and Henry's. That's why she does it. She thinks she knows more about how to run newspapers than anybody alive, but there's one thing she's goin' to find out, and that is, she don't get anything more to do with my and Henry's newspaper. We wouldn't have another single one of her old poems in it, no matter how much she offered to pay us. Uncle Joseph, I think you ought to tell her she's got no business around my and Henry's newspaper building." "But Herbert," Aunt Fanny suggested, "you might let Florence have a little share in it of some sort. Then everything would be all right." "It wouldn't. Oh, my goodness, Aunt Fanny, I guess you'd like to see our newspaper just utterly ruined. Why, we wouldn't let that girl have any more to do with it than we would some horse." "Oh, oh!" both Aunt Fanny and Aunt Carrie exclaimed, shocked. "We wouldn't," Herbert insisted. "A horse would know any amount more how to run a newspaper than she does. Soon as we got our printin' press, we said right then that we made up our minds Florence Atwater wasn't ever goin' to have a single thing to do with our newspaper. If you let her have anything to do with anything, she wants to run the whole thing. But she might just as well learn to stay away from our newspaper building, because after we got her out yesterday, we fixed a way so she'll never get in there again." Florence looked at him demurely. "Are you sure, Herbert?" she inquired. "Just you try it," he advised her, and he laughed tauntingly. "Just come around to morrow and try it. That's all I ask." "I certainly intend to," she responded, with dignity. "I may have a slight surprise for you." "Oh, Florence, say not so! Say not so, Florence, say not so!" At this she looked full upon him, and already she had something in the nature of a surprise for him, for so powerful was the still balefulness of her glance that he was slightly startled. "I might say not so," she said. "I might, if I was speaking of what pretty eyes you say yourself you know you have, Herbert." It staggered him. What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing," she replied airily. Herbert began to be mistrustful of the solid earth. Somewhere there was a fearful threat to his equipoise. "What you talkin' about?" he said, with an effort to speak scornfully, but his sensitive voice almost failed him. "Oh, nothing," said Florence. "Just about what pretty eyes you know you have. And Patty's being pretty, too, and so you're glad. She thinks yours are pretty, the way you do, and everything." Herbert visibly gulped. He believed that Patty had betrayed him, had betrayed the sworn confidence of truth. "That's all I was talking about," Florence added. "Just about how you knew you had such pretty eyes. Say not so, Herbert. Say not so." "Look here," he said. "When'd you see Patty again between this afternoon and when you came over here?" "What makes you think I saw her?" "Did you telephone her?" "What makes you think so?" Once more Herbert gulped. "Well, I think you're ready to believe anything anybody tells you," he said, with palsied bravado. "You don't believe everything Patty Fairchild says, do you?" "Why, Herbert, doesn't she always tell the truth?" "Her? Why, half the time," poor Herbert babbled, "you can't tell whether she's just makin' up what she says or not. If you've gone and believed everything that old girl told you, you haven't got even what little sense I used to think you had." So base we are, under strain, sometimes, so base when our good name is threatened with the truth of us. I wouldn't believe anything she said," he added in a sickish voice, "if she told me 50 times and crossed her heart." "Wouldn't you if she said you wrote down how pretty you knew your eyes were, Herbert? Wouldn't you if it was on paper in your own handwriting?" "What's this about Herbert having pretty eyes?" Uncle Joe inquired, again bringing general attention to the younger cousins, and Herbert shuddered. This fat uncle had an unpleasant reputation as a joker. The nephew desperately fell back upon the hopeless device of attempting to drown out his opponent's voice as she began to reply. He became vociferous with scornful laughter, badly cracked. "Florence got mad!" he shouted, mingling the purported information with hoots and cacklings. "She got mad because I and Henry played some games with Patty and wouldn't let her play. She's trying to make up stories on us to get even. She made it up. It's all made up. She " "No, no," Mr. Atwater interrupted. "Let Florence tell us. Florence, what was it about Herbert's knowing he had pretty eyes?" Herbert attempted to continue the drowning out. He bawled, "She made it up! It's something she made up herself! She " "Herbert," said Uncle Joseph, "if you don't keep quiet, I'll take back the printing press." Herbert substituted a gulp for the continuation of his noise. "Now, Florence," said Uncle Joseph, "tell us what you were saying about how Herbert knows he has such pretty eyes." Then it seemed to Herbert that a miracle befell. Florence looked up, smiling modestly. "Oh, it wasn't anything, Uncle Joseph," she said. "I was just trying to tease Herbert any way I could think of." "Oh, was that all?" A hopeful light faded out of Uncle Joseph's large and inexpressive face. "I thought perhaps you detected in him some indiscretion." Florence laughed. "I was just teasing him. It wasn't anything, Uncle Joseph." Hereupon Herbert resumed a confused breathing. Dazed, he remained uneasy, profoundly so, and gratitude was no part of his emotion. He well understood that in conflicts such as these, Florence was never susceptible to impulses of compassion. In fact, if there was warfare between them, experience had taught him to be wariest when she seemed kindest. He moved away from her, and went into another room, where his condition was one of increasing mental discomfort, though he looked over the pictures in his great uncle's copy of Paradise Lost. These illustrations, by M. Gustave Doré, failed to aid in reassuring his troubled mind. When Florence left the house, he impulsively accompanied her, maintaining a nervous silence as they walked the short distance between Uncle Joseph's front gate and her own. There, however, he spoke. "Look here, you don't have to go and believe everything that old girl told you, do you?" "No," said Florence heartily. "I don't have to." "Well, look here," he urged, helpless but to repeat. "You don't have to believe whatever it was she went and told you, do you?" "What was it you think she told me, Herbert?" "All that guff, you know. Well, whatever it was you said she told you." "I didn't," said Florence. "I didn't say she told me anything at all." "Well, she did, didn't she?" "Why, no," Florence replied, lightly. "She didn't say anything to me. Only I'm glad to have your opinion of her, how she's such a story teller and all, if I ever want to tell her, and everything." But Herbert had greater alarms than this, and the greater obscured the lesser. "Look here," he said. "If she didn't tell you, how'd you know it then?" "How'd I know what?" "That big story about my ever writin' I knew I had," he gulped again, "pretty eyes." "Oh, about that?" Florence said, and swung the gate shut between them. "Well, I guess it's too late to tell you to night, Herbert, but maybe if you and that nasty little Henry Rooter do every single thing I tell you to, and do it just exactly like I tell you, from this time on, why, maybe I only say maybe well, maybe I'll tell you some day when I feel like it." She ran up the path and up the veranda steps, but paused before opening the front door, and called back to the waiting Herbert. "The only person I'd ever think of telling about it before I tell you would be a boy I know." She coughed, and added as an afterthought, "He'd just love to know all about it. I know he would. So when I tell anybody about it, I'll only just tell you and this other boy." "What other boy?" Herbert demanded. And her reply, thrilling through the darkness, left him demoralized with horror. "Wallie Torbin!" End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. The next afternoon, about 4 o'clock, Herbert stood gloomily at the main entrance of Atwater and Reuter's newspaper building, awaiting his partner. The other entrances were not only nailed fast but massively barricaded, and this one, consisting of the ancient carriage house doors opening upon a driveway through the yard, had recently been made effective for exclusion. A long and heavy plank leaned against the wall near by, ready to be set in hook-shaped iron supports fastened to the inner sides of the doors, and when the doors were closed, with this great plank in place, a person inside the building might seem entitled to count upon the enjoyment of privacy, except in case of earthquake, tornado, or fire. In fact, the size of the plank and the substantial quality of the iron fastenings could be looked upon, from a certain viewpoint, as a real compliment to the energy and persistence of Florence Atwater. Herbert had been in no complimentary frame of mind, however, when he devised the obstructions, nor was he now in such a frame of mind. He was pessimistic in regard to his future, and also embarrassed in anticipation of some explanations it would be necessary to make to his partner. He strongly hoped that Henry's regular after-school appearance at the newspaper building would precede Florence's, because these explanations required both deliberation and tact, and he was convinced that it would be almost impossible to make them at all if Florence got there first. He understood that he was unfortunately within her power, and he saw that it would be dangerous to place in operation for her exclusion from the building this new mechanism contrived with such hopeful care, and at a cost of $2.25 taken from the Oriole's treasury. What he wished Henry to believe was that for some good reason, which Herbert had not yet been able to invent, it would be better to show Florence a little politeness. He had a desperate hope that he might find some diplomatic way to prevail on Henry to be as subservient to Florence as she had seemed to demand, and he was determined to touch any extremity of unveracity rather than permit the details of his answer in truth to come to his partner's knowledge. Henry Reuter was not Wallie Torbin, but in possession of material such as this he could easily make himself intolerable. Therefore, it was in a flurried state of mind that Herbert waited, and when his friend appeared over the fence his perturbation was not decreased. He even failed to notice the unusual gravity of Henry's manner. "Hello, Henry. I thought I wouldn't start in working till you got here. I didn't want to have to come all the way downstairs again to open the door and hist our good old plank up again." "I see," said Henry, glancing nervously at their good old plank. "Well, I guess Florence'll never get in this good old door. That is, she won't if we don't let her, or something." This final clause would have astonished Herbert if he had been less preoccupied with his troubles. "You bet she won't," he said mechanically. "She couldn't ever get in here again, if the family don't go interferin' around and give me the dickens and everything, because they say they do, anyhow. They say they think. He paused, disguising a little choke as a cough of scorn for the family's thinking. What did you say your family think?" Henry asked absently. "Well, they say we ought to let her have a share in our newspaper." Again he paused, afraid to continue lest his hypocrisy appear so barefaced as to invite suspicion. "Well, maybe we ought," he said finally, his eyes guiltily upon his toe, which slowly scuffed the ground. "I don't say we ought, and I don't say we oughtn't." He expected, at the least, of sharp protest from his partner, who, on the contrary, surprised him. "Well, that's the way I look at it," Henry said. "I don't say we ought, and I don't say we oughtn't." And he, likewise, stared at the toe of a shoe that scuffed the ground. Herbert felt a little better. This particular subdivision of his difficulties seemed to be working out with unexpected ease. "I don't say we will, I don't say we won't," Henry added. "That's the way I look at it. My father and mother are always talkin' to me how I got to be polite and everything, and I guess maybe it's time I began to pay some 'tention to what they say. You don't have your father and mother for always, you know, Herbert." Herbert's mood at once chimed with this unprecedented filial melancholy. "No, you don't, Henry. That's what I often think about myself. No, sir, a fellow doesn't have his father and mother to advise him our whole life, and he ought to do a good deal what they say while they're still alive." "That's what I say," Henry agreed gloomily. And then, without any alteration of his tone or of the dejected thoughtfulness of his attitude, he changed the subject in a way that painfully startled his companion. "Have you seen Wallie Torbin today, Herbert?" "What?" "Have you seen Wallie Torbin today?" Herbert swallowed. "Why, what makes you ask me that, Henry?" he said. "Oh, nothin'." Henry still kept his eyes upon his gloomily scuffing toe. "I just wondered, because I didn't happen to see him in school this afternoon when I happened to look in the door of the 8A when it was open. I didn't want to know on account of anything particular. I just happened to say that about him because I didn't have anything else to think about just then, so I just happened to think about him, the way you do when you haven't got anything much on your mind and might get to thinking about you can't tell what. That's all the way it was. I just happened to kind of wonder if he was around anywhere, maybe." Henry's tone was obviously, even elaborately, sincere, and Herbert was reassured. "Well, I didn't see him," he responded. "Maybe he's sick." "No, he isn't," his friend said. "Florence said she saw him chasing his dog down the street about noon." At this, Herbert's uneasiness was uncomfortably renewed. "Florence dead? Where'd you see Florence?" Mr. Rooter swallowed. "A little while ago," he said, and again swallowed. "On the way home from school." Look here!" Herbert was flurried to the point of panic. "Henry, did she go and tell you? Did she tell you?" "I didn't hardly notice what she was talking about," Henry said doggedly. "She didn't have anything to say that I'd ever care 2 cents about. She came up behind me and walked along with me a ways, but I got too many things on my mind to hardly pay the least attention to anything she ever talks about. She's a girl what I think about her the less people pay any attention to what she says the better off they are." "That's the way with me, Henry," his partner assured him earnestly. "I never pay any notice to what she says. The way I figure it out about her, Henry, everybody'd be a good deal better off if nobody ever paid the least notice to anything she says. I never even notice what she says myself." "I don't either," said Henry. "All I think about is what my mother and father say, because I'm not goin' to have their advice all the rest of my life, after they're dead. If they want me to be polite, why, I'll do it, and that's all there is about it." "It's the same way with me, Henry. If she comes flapping around here blattin' and blubbin' how she's goin' to have somep'n to do with our newspaper, why, the only reason I'd ever let her would be because my family say I ought to show more politeness to her than up to now. I wouldn't do it on any other account, Henry." "Neither would I. That's just the same way I look at it, Herbert. If I ever begin to treat her any better, she's got my father and mother to thank, not me. That's the only reason I'd be willing to say we better leave the plank down and let her in. if she comes around here like she's liable to do." "Well," said Herbert, "I'm willing. I just don't want to get in trouble with the family." And they mounted the stairs to their editorial, reportorial, and printing rooms, and began to work in a manner not only preoccupied but apprehensive. At intervals they would give each other a furtive glance, and then seem to reflect upon their father's and mother's wishes and the troublous state of the times. Florence did not keep them waiting long, however. She might have been easier to bear had her manner of arrival been less assured. She romped up the stairs, came skipping across the old floor, swinging her hat by a ribbon, flung open the gate in the sacred railing, and, flouncing into the principal chair, immodestly placed her feet on the table in front of that chair. Additionally, such was her lively humor, she affected to light and smoke the stub of a lead pencil. "Well, men," she said heartily, "I don't want to see any loafing around here, men. I expect I'll have a pretty good newspaper this week. Yes, sir, a pretty good newspaper. And I guess you men got to jump around a good deal to do everything I think of. Or else, maybe, I guess I'll have to turn you off. I don't want to have to do that, men." The blackmailed partners made no reply, on account of an inability that was perfect for the moment. They stared at her helplessly, though not kindly; for in their expressions the conflict between desire and policy was almost staringly vivid. And such was their preoccupation, each with the bitterness of his own case, that neither wondered at the other's strange complacence. Florence made it clear to them that henceforth she was the editor of the North End Daily Oriole. She said she had decided not to change the name. She informed them that they were to be her printers. She did not care to get all inky and nasty herself, she said. She would, however, do all the writing for her newspaper, and had with her a new poem. Also, she would furnish all the news, and it would be printed just as she wrote it, and printed nicely, too, or else. She left the sentence unfinished. Thus did this cool hand take possession of an established industry, and in much the same fashion did she continue to manage it. There were unsuppressible protests, there was covert anguish, there was even a strike, but it was a short one. When the printers remained away from their late newspaper building on Wednesday afternoon, Florence had an interview with Herbert after dinner at his own door. He explained coldly that Henry and he had grown tired of the printing press, and had decided to put in all their spare time building a theater in Henry's attic. But Florence gave him to understand that the theater could not be. She preferred the Oriole. Henry and Herbert had both stopped speaking to Patty Fairchild, for each believed her treacherous to himself. But Florence now informed Herbert that far from depending on mere hearsay, she had in her own possession the confession of his knowledge that he had ocular beauty, that she had discovered the paper where Patty had lost it, and that it was now in a secure place and in an envelope upon the outside of which was already written, "For Wallie Torbin, kindness of Florence A." Herbert surrendered. So did Henry Rooter, a little later that evening, after a telephone conversation with the slave driver. Therefore, the two miserable printers were back in their places the next afternoon. They told each other that the theater they had planned wasn't so much after all, and anyhow your father and mother didn't last all your life, and it was better to do what they wanted, and be polite while they were alive. And on Saturday the new Oriole, now in every jot and item the inspired organ of feminism, made its undeniably sensational appearance. A copy, neatly folded, was placed in the hand of Noble Dill, as he set forth for his place of business, after lunching at home with his mother. Florence was the person who placed it there. She came hurriedly from somewhere in the neighborhood, out of what yard or alley he did not notice, and slipped the little oblong sheet into his lax fingers. "There!" she said breathlessly. "There's a good deal about you in it this week, Mr. Dill, and I guess " "What, Florence?" "I guess maybe you'll She looked up at him shyly, then, with no more to say, turned and ran back in the direction whence she had come. Noble walked on, not at once examining her little gift, but carrying it absently in fingers still lax at the end of a dangling arm. There was no life in him for anything. Julia was away. Away! And yet the dazzling creature looked at him from sky, from earth, from air, looked at him with the most poignant kindness, yet always shook her head. She had answered his first letter by a kind little note, his second by a kinder and littler one, and his third, fourth, fifth, and sixth by no note at all, but by the kindest message through one of her aunts that she was thinking about him a great deal. And even this was 3 weeks ago. Since then, from Julia, nothing at all. But yesterday something a little stimulating had happened. On the street, downtown, he had come face to face, momentarily, with Julia's father, and for the first time in Noble's life Mr. Atwater nodded to him pleasantly. Noble went on his way, elated. Was there not something almost fatherly in this strange greeting? An event so singular might be interpreted in the happiest way. What had Julia written her father, to change him so toward Noble? And Noble was still dreamily interpreting as he walked down the street with the North End Daily Oriole idle in an idle hand. He found a use for that hand presently, and, having sighed, lifted it to press it upon his brow, but did not complete the gesture. As his hand came within the scope he observed that the fingers held a sheet of printed paper, and he remembered Florence. Instead of pressing his brow, he unfolded the journal she had thrust upon him. As he began to read, his eye was lustreless, his gait slack and dreary, but soon his whole demeanor changed. It cannot be said for the better. The North End Daily Oriole, Atwater & Co., owners and proprietors. Subscribe now, 25 cents per year. Subscriptions should be brought to the east main entrance of Atwater & Co. newspaper building every afternoon, 4:30 to 6. 25 cents. Poems. My Soul by Florence Atwater. When my heart is dreary, then my soul is weary, as a bird with a broken wing, who will never again sing, like the sound of a vast Amen that comes from a church of men. When my soul is dreary, it could never be cheery, but I think of my ideal, and everything seems real, like the sound of the bright church bells peal. Poems by Florence Atwater will be in the paper each and every Sat. Advertisements 45 cents, each up. Joseph K. Atwater Co., 127 South Iowa Street, Steam Pumps. The News of the City. Miss Florence Atwater of this city received a mark of 94 in history examination at the conclusion of the school term last June. Blue hair ribbons are in style again. Miss Patty Fairchild of this city has not been doing as well in declamation lately as formerly. Mr. Noble Dill of this city is seldom seen on the streets of the city without smoking a cigarette. Miss Julia Atwater of this city is out of the city. The Mr. Rayford family of this city have been presented with the present of a new cat by Geo, the man employed by Balfe & Co. This cat is perfectly bountiful and still quite young. Miss Julia Atwater of this city is visiting friends in the South. The family have had many letters from her that are read by each and all of the family. Mr. Noble Dill of this city is in business with his father. There was quite a windstorm Thursday, doing damage to shade trees in many parts of our beautiful city. From letters to the family, Miss Julia Atwater of this city is enjoying her visit in the South a great deal. Miss Patty Fairchild of the 7A of this city will probably not pass in arithmetic, unless great improvement takes place before examination. Miss Julia Atwater of this city wrote a letter to the family stating while visiting in the South she has made an engagement to be married to Mr. Crum of that city. The family do not know who this Mr. Crum is, but it is said he is a widower, though he has been divorced with a great many children. The new ditch of the Mr. Henry D. Vance backyard of this city is about through now, as little remained to be done, and it is thought the beighborhood will soon look better. Subscribe now, 25 cents per year advance, 45 cents up. Atwater & Co. Newspaper Building, 25 cents per years. It may be assumed that the last of the news items was wasted upon Noble Dill, and that he never knew of the neighborhood improvement believed to be imminent as a result of the final touches to the ditch of the Mr. Henry D. Vance backyard. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Throughout that afternoon, adult members of the Atwater family connection made futile efforts to secure all the copies of the week's edition of the North End Daily Oriole. It could not be done. It was a trying time for the family. Great Aunt Carrie said that she had the worst afternoon of any of 'em, because young Newland Sanders came to her house at 2 and did not leave until 5, all the time counting over one by one the hours he'd spent with Julia since she was 17 and turned out, unfortunately, to be a beauty. Newland had not restrained himself, Aunt Carrie said, and long before he left she wished Julia had never been born. And as for Herbert Illingsworth Atwater, Jr., the only thing to do with him was to send him to some strict military school. Florence's father telephoned to her mother from downtown at 3 and said that Mr. George Plum and the ardent vocalist Clairdyce had just left his office. They had not called in company, however, but coincidentally, and each had a copy of the North End Daily Oriole, already somewhat worn with folding and unfolding. Mr. Clairdyce's condition was one of desperate calm, Florence's father said, but Mr. Plum's agitation left him rather unpresentable for the street, though he had finally gone forth with his hair just as he had rumpled it, and with his hat in his hand. They wished the truth, they said. Was it true, or was it not true? Mr. Atwater had told them that he feared Julia was indeed engaged, though he knew nothing of her fiancé's previous marriage or marriages, or of the number of his children. They had responded that they cared nothing about that. This man Crumb's record was a matter of indifference to them, they said. All they wanted to know was whether Julia was engaged or not, and she was. "The odd thing to me," Mr. Atwater continued to his wife, "is where on earth Herbert could have got his story about this Crumb's being a widower and divorced and with all those children. Do you know if Julia's written any of the family about these things, and they haven't told the rest of us?" "No," said Mrs. Atwater, "I'm sure she hasn't. Every letter she's written to any of us has passed all through the family, and I know I've seen every one of 'em. She's never said anything about him at all, except that he was a lawyer. I'm sure I can't imagine where Herbert got his awful information. I never thought he was the kind of boy to just make up such things out of whole cloth." Florence, sitting quietly in a chair near by, with a copy of Sesame and Lilies in her lap, listened to her mother's side of this conversation with an expression of impersonal interest, and if she could have realized how completely her parents had forgotten, naturally enough, the details of their first rambling discussion of Julia's engagement, she might really have felt as little alarm as she showed. "Well," said Mr. Atwater, "I'm glad our branch of the family isn't responsible. That's a comfort, anyhow, especially as people are reading copies of Herbert's dreadful paper all up and down the town, my clerk says. He tells me that over at the Unity Trust Company, where young Murdoch Hawes is cashier, they only got hold of one copy, but typewrote it and multigraphed it, and some of 'em have already learned it by heart to recite to poor young Hawes. He's the one who sent Julia the 3 5-pound boxes of chocolates from New York, all at the same time, you remember." "Yes," Mrs. Atwater sighed. "Poor thing." "Florence is out among the family, I suppose?" he inquired. "No, she's right here. She's just started to read Ruskin this afternoon. She says she's going to begin and read all of him straight through. That's very nice, don't you think?" He seemed to muse before replying. "I think that's very nice, at her age especially," Mrs. Atwater urged. "Don't you?" "Yes. Oh, yes. At least I suppose so. You don't think Of course, she hasn't had anything at all to do with this." "Well, I don't see how she could. You know Aunt Fanny told us how Herbert declared before them all, only last Sunday night, that Florence should never have one thing to do with his printing press, and said they wouldn't even let her come near it." "Yes, that's a fact. I'm glad Herbert made it so clear that she can't be implicated. I suppose the family are all pretty well down on Uncle Joseph." "Uncle Joseph is being greatly blamed," said Mrs. Atwater primly. "He really ought to have known better than to put such an instrument as a printing press into the hands of an irresponsible boy of that age. Of course, it simply encouraged him to print all kinds of things. We none of us think Uncle Joseph ever dreamed that Herbert would publish anything exactly like this. And of course Uncle Joseph says himself he never dreamed such a thing. He said so time and time and time again, all afternoon. But of course he's greatly blamed." "I suppose there've been quite a good many of 'em over there blamin' him?" her husband inquired. "Yes, until he telephoned to a garage and hired a car and went for a drive. He said he had plenty of money with him and didn't know when he'd be back." "Serves him right," said Mr. Atwater. "Does anybody know where Herbert is?" "Not yet." "Well," and he returned to a former theme, "I am glad we aren't implicated. Florence is right there with you, you say?" "Yes," Mrs. Atwater replied. "She's right here, reading. You aren't worried about her, are you?" she added. "Oh, no, I'm sure it's all right. I only thought—" "Only thought what?" "Well, it did strike me as curious," said Mr. Atwater, "especially after Aunt Fanny's telling us how Herbert declared Florence could never have a single thing to do with his paper again." "Well, what?" "Well, here's her poem right at the top of it, and a very friendly item about her history mark of last June. It doesn't seem like Herbert to be so complimentary to Florence all of a sudden. Just struck me as rather curious, that's all." "Why, yes," said Mrs. Atwater. "It does seem a little odd, when you think of it." "Have you asked Florence if she had anything to do with getting out this week's Oriole?" "Why, no. It never occurred to me, especially after what Aunt Fanny told us," said Mrs. Atwater. "I'll ask her now." But she was obliged to postpone putting the intended question. Sesame and lilies lay sweetly upon the seat of the chair that Florence had occupied, but Florence herself had gone somewhere else. She had gone for a long, long ramble, and pedestrians who encountered her and happened to notice her expression were interested, and as they went on their way several of them interrupted the course of their meditations to say to themselves that she was the most thoughtful-looking young girl they had ever seen. There was a touch of wistfulness about her, too, as of one whose benevolence must renounce all hope of comprehension and reward. Now, among those who observed her unusual expression was a gentleman of great dimensions disposed in a closed automobile that went laboring among mudholes in an unpaved outskirt of the town. He rapped upon the glass before him to get the driver's attention, and a moment later the car drew up beside Florence as she stood in a deep reverie at the intersection of two roads. Uncle Joseph opened the door and took his cigar from his mouth. "Get in, Florence," he said. "I'll take you for a ride." She started violently, whereupon he restored the cigar to his mouth, puffed upon it, breathing heavily the while as was his wont, and added, "I'm not going home. I'm out for a nice long ride. Get in." "I was taking a walk," she said dubiously. "I have to take a whole lot of exercise, and I ought to walk and walk and walk. I guess I ought to keep on walking." "Get in," he said. "I'm out riding. I don't know when I'll get home." Florence stepped in. Uncle Joseph closed the door, and the car slowly bumped onward. "You know where Herbert is?" Uncle Joseph inquired.
"No," said Florence in a gentle voice.
"I do," he said. "Herbert and your friend Henry Rooter came to our house with one of the last copies of the Oriole they were distributing to subscribers, and after I read it I kind of foresaw that the feller responsible for their owning a printing press was going to be in some sort of family trouble or other. I had quite a talk with 'em, and they hinted they hadn't had much to do with this number of the paper, except the mechanical end of it, but they wouldn't come out right full with what they meant. They seemed to have some good reason for protecting a third party, and said quite a good deal about their fathers and mothers being but mortal, and so on. So Henry and Herbert thought they oughtn't to expose this third party, whoever she may happen to be. Well, I thought they better not stay too long, because I was compromised enough already, without being seen in their company, and I gave 'em something to help 'em out with at the movies. You can stay at movies an awful long time, and if you got money enough to go to several of 'em, why, you're fixed for pretty near as long as you please. A body ought to be able to live a couple of months at the movies for $9 or $10, I should think." He was silent for a time, then asked, "I don't suppose your papa and mamma will be worrying about you, will they, Florence?" "Oh, no," she said quickly. "Not in the least. There was nothing at all for me to do at our house this afternoon." "That's good," he said, "because before we go back I was thinking some of driving around by way of Texas." Florence looked at him trustfully, and said nothing. It seemed to her that he suspected something. She was not sure, but his conversation was a little peculiar, though not in the least sinister. Indeed, she was able to make out that he had more the air of an accomplice than of a prosecutor or a detective. Nevertheless, she was convinced that far the best course for her to pursue, during the next few days, would be of steadfast reserve. And such a course was congenial to her mood, which was subdued, not to say apprehensive, though she was sure her recent conduct, if viewed sympathetically, would be found at least Christian. The trouble was that probably it would not be viewed sympathetically. No one would understand how carefully and tactfully she had prepared the items of the Oriole to lead suavely up to the news of Aunt Julia's engagement and break it to Noble Dill in a manner that would save his reason. Therefore, on account of this probable lack of comprehension on the part of the family and public, it seemed to her that the only wise and good course to follow would be to claim nothing for herself, but to allow Herbert and Henry to remain undisturbed in full credit for publishing the Oriole. This involved a disappointment, it is true. Nevertheless, she decided to bear it. She had looked forward to surprising the family delightfully. As they fluttered an exclamation about her, she had expected to say, "Oh, the poem isn't so much, I guess. I wrote it quite a few days ago, and I'm writing a couple of new ones now. But I did take quite a lot of time and trouble with the rest of the paper, because I had to write every single word of it, or else let Henry and Herbert try to, and course they'd just have ruined it. Oh, it isn't so much to talk about, I guess. It just sort of comes to me to do things that way." 13 attempts to exercise a great philanthropy, and every grown person in sight, with the possible exception of great Uncle Joseph, goes into wholly unanticipated fits of horror. Cause and effect have no honest relation. Fate operates without justice or even rational sequence. Life and universe appear to be governed, not in order and with system, but by chance, becoming sinister at any moment without reason. And while Florence, thus a pessimist, sat beside fat Uncle Joseph during their long drive, relatives of hers were indeed going into fits. At least, so Florence would have described their gestures and incoherences of comment. Moreover, after the movies, straight into such a fitful scene did the luckless Herbert walk when urged homeward by thoughts of food, at about 6 that evening. Henry Rooter had strongly advised him against entering the house. "You better not," he said earnestly. "Honest, you better not, Herbert." "Well, we got apple dumplings for dinner," Herbert said, his tone showing the strain of mental uncertainty. "Eliza told me this morning we were goin' to have 'em. I kind of hate to go in, but I guess I better, Henry." "You won't see any apple dumplings," Henry predicted. "Well, I believe I better try it, Henry." "You better come home with me. My father and mother'll be perfectly willing to have you." "I know that," said Herbert. "But I guess I better go in and try it, anyhow, Henry. I didn't have anything to do with what's in the Oriole. It's every last word ole Florence's doin'. I haven't got any more right to be picked on for that than a child." "Yes," Henry admitted. "But if you go and tell 'em so, I bet she'd get even with you some way that would probably get me in trouble, too, before we get through with the job. I wouldn't tell them if I was you, Herbert." "Well, I wasn't intending to," Herbert responded gloomily, and the thought of each, unknown to the other, was the same, consisting of a symbolic likeness of Wallie Torbin at his worst. "I ought to tell on Florence. By rights I ought," said Herbert. "But I've decided I won't. There's no tellin' what she wouldn't do. Not that she could do anything to me, particularly." "Nor me, either," his friend interposed hurriedly. "I don't worry about anything like that. Still, if I was you, I wouldn't tell. She's only a girl, we got to remember." "Yes," said Herbert. "That's the way I look at it, Henry. And the way I look at it is just simply this: long as she is a girl, why, simply let her go. You can't tell what she'd do, and so what's the use to go and tell on a girl?" "That's the way I look at it," Henry agreed. "What's the use? If I was in your place, I'd act just the same way you do." "Well," said Herbert, "I guess I better go on in the house, Henry. It's a good while after dark." "You're makin' a big mistake," Henry Rooter called after him. "You won't see any apple dumplings, I bet $100. You better come on home with me." Herbert no more than half opened his front door before he perceived that his friend's advice had been excellent. So clearly Herbert perceived this that he impulsively decided not to open the door any farther, but on the contrary to close it and retire. And he would have done so had his mother not reached forth and detained him. She was, in fact, just inside that door, standing in the hall with one of his great aunts, one of his aunts, two aunts by marriage, and an elderly unmarried cousin, who were all just on the point of leaving. However, they changed their minds and decided to remain, now that Herbert was among them. The captive's father joined them a few minutes later, but it had already become clear to Herbert that the North End Daily Oriole was in one sense a thing of the past, though in another sense this former owner and proprietor was certain that he would never hear the last of it. However, on account of the life of blackmail and slavery now led by the members of the old regime, the Oriole's extinction was far less painful to Herbert than his father supposed, and the latter wasted a great deal of severity, insisting that the printing press should be returned that very night to Uncle Joseph. Herbert's heartiest retrospective wish was that the old printing press had been returned to Uncle Joseph long ago. "If you can find him to give it to," Aunt Harriet suggested. "Nobody knows where he goes when he gets the way he did this afternoon when we were discussing it with him. I only hope he'll be back tonight." "He can't stay away forever," Aunt Fanny remarked. "That garage is charging him $5 an hour for the automobile he's in, and surely even Joseph will decide there's a limit to wildness sometime." "I don't care when he comes back," Herbert's father declared grimly. "Whenever he does he's got to take that printing press back, and Herbert will be let out of the house long enough to carry it over. His mother or I will go with him." Herbert bore much more than this. He had seated himself on the third step of the stairway, and maintained as much dogged silence as he could. Once, however, they got a yelp of anguish out of him. It was when Cousin Virginia said, "Oh, Herbert, Herbert, how could you make up that terrible falsehood about Mr. Crum? And Think of it! Right on the same page with your cousin Florence's pure little poem!" Herbert uttered sounds incoherent but loud, and expressive of a supreme physical revulsion. The shocked audience readily understood that he liked neither Cousin Virginia's chiding nor Cousin Florence's pure little poem. "Shame!" said his father. Herbert controlled himself. It could be seen that his spirit was broken, when Aunt Fanny warned, shaking her head at him, smiling ruefully. Oh, if boys could only be girls! Herbert just looked at her. "The worst thing," said his father, "that is, if there's any part of it that's worse than another, the worst thing about it all is this rumor about Noble Dill." "What about that poor thing?" Aunt Harriet asked. "We haven't heard." "Why, I walked up from downtown with Old Man Dill," said Mr. Atwater, "and the Dill family are all very much worried. It seems that Noble started downtown after lunch, as usual, and pretty soon he came back to the house, and he had a copy of this awful paper that little Florence had given him, and " "Who gave it to him?" Aunt Fanny asked. "Who?" "Little Florence." "Why, that's curious," Cousin Virginia murmured. "I must telephone and ask her mother about that." The brooding Herbert looked up, and there was a gleam in his dogged eye, but he said nothing. "Go on," Aunt Harriet urged. "What did Noble do?" "Why, his mother said he just went up to his room and changed his shoes and necktie." "I thought so," Aunt Fanny whispered. "Crazy!" "And then," Mr. Atwater continued, "he left the house, and she supposed he'd gone down to the office, but she was uneasy, and telephoned his father. Noble hadn't come. He didn't come all afternoon, and he didn't go back to the house, and they telephoned around to every place he could go that they know of, and they couldn't find him or hear anything about him at all, not anywhere." Mr. Atwater coughed, and paused. "But what?" Aunt Harriet cried. "What do they think's become of him?" "Old Man Dill said they were all pretty anxious," said Mr. Atwater. They're afraid he's disappeared." Aunt Fanny screamed. Then, in perfect accord, they all turned to look at Herbert, who rose and would have retired upstairs had he been permitted. As that perturbing evening wore on, word gradually reached the most outlying members of the Atwater family connection that Noble Dill was missing. Ordinarily, this bit of news would have caused them no severe anxiety. Noble's person and intellect were so commonplace insignificant was the term usually preferred in his own circle that he was considered to be as nearly negligible as it is charitable to consider a fellow being. True, there was one thing that set him apart. He was found worthy of a superlative when he fell in love with Julia, and of course this distinction caused him to become better known and more talked about than he had been in his earlier youth. However, the eccentricities of a person in such an extremity of love are seldom valued except as comedy, and even then with no warmth of heart for the comedian, but rather with an incredulous disdain. So it is safe to say that under other circumstances Noble might have been missing indeed, and few of the Atwaters would have missed him. But as matters stood, they worried a great deal about him, fearing that a rash act on his part might reflect notoriety upon themselves on account of their beautiful relative and the North End Daily Oriole. And when 9 o'clock came, and Mrs. Dill reported to Herbert's father, over the telephone, that nothing had yet been heard of her son, the pressure of those who were blaming the Oriole more than they blamed Julia became so wearing that Herbert decided he would rather spend the remaining days of his life running away from Wallie Torbin than put in any more of such a dog's evening as he was putting in. Thus he defined it. He made a confession. That is to say, it was a proclamation. He proclaimed his innocence. He began history with a description of events distinctly subsequent to Sunday pastimes with Patty Fairchild, and explained how he and Henry had felt that their parents would not always be with them, and as their parents wished them to be polite, they had resolved to be polite to Florence. Proceeding, he related in detail her whole journalistic exploit. Of the matter in hand he told the perfect and absolute truth, and was immediately refuted, confuted, and demonstrated to be a false witness by Aunt Fanny, Aunt Carrie, and Cousin Virginia, who had all heard him vehemently declare, no longer ago than the preceding Sunday evening, that he and his partner had taken secure measures to prevent Florence from ever again setting foot within the newspaper building. In addition, he was quite showered with definitions, and these, though so various, all sought to phrase but the one subject: his conduct in seeking to drag Florence into the mire when she was absent and could not defend herself. Poor Florence would answer later in the evening, he was told severely, and though her cause was thus championed against the slander, it is true that some of her defenders felt stirrings of curiosity in regard to Florence. In fact, there was getting to be something almost like a cloud upon her reputation. There were several things for her to explain, among them her taking it upon herself to see that Noble received a copy of the Oriole, and also her sudden departure from home and rather odd protraction of absence therefrom. It was not thought she was in good company. Uncle Joseph had telephoned from a suburb that they were dining at a farmhouse and would thence descend to the general region of the movies. "Nobody knows what that man'll do when he decides to," Aunt Carrie said nervously. "Letting the poor child stay up so late. She ought to be in bed this minute, even if it is Saturday night, or else she ought to be here to listen to her own bad little cousin trying to put his terrible responsibility on her shoulders." One item of this description of himself the badgered Herbert could not bear in silence, although he had just declared that since the truth was so ill respected among his persecutors he would open his mouth no more until the day of his death. He passed over bad, but furiously stated his height in feet, inches, and fractions of inches. Aunt Fanny shook her head in mourning. "That may be, Herbert," she said gently, "but you must try to realize it can't bring poor young Mr. Dill back to his family." Again Herbert just looked at her. He had no indifference more profound than that upon which her strained conception of the relation between cause and effect seemed to touch, from his point of view. To be missing should be the lightest of calamities. It is true that he was concerned with the restoration of Noble Dill to the rest of the Dills, so far as such an event might affect his own incomparable misfortunes, but not otherwise. He regarded Noble and Noble's disappearance merely as unfair damage to himself, and he continued to look at this sorrowing great aunt of his until thoughts made his strange gaze appear to her so hardened that she shook her head and looked away. "Poor young Mr. Dill," she said. "If some one could only have been with him, and kept talking to him until he got used to the idea a little." Cousin Virginia nodded comprehendingly. "Yes, it might have tided him over," she said. "He wasn't handsome, nor impressive, of course, nor anything like that, but he always spoke so nicely to people on the street. I'm sure he never harmed even a kitten, poor soul." "I'm sure he never did," Herbert's mother agreed gently. "Not even a kitten. I do wonder where he is now." But Aunt Fanny uttered a little cry of protest. "I'm afraid we may hear," she said, "any moment." Chapter 21 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. The sympathetic women had unanimously set their expectation in so romantically pessimistic a groove that the most tragic news of Noble would have surprised them little. But if the truth of his whereabouts could have been made known to them as they sat thus together at what was developing virtually into his wake, with Herbert as a compulsory participant, they would have turned the session into a riot of amazement. Noble was in the very last place, they would have said, when calmer, where anybody in the world could have even madly dreamed of looking for him. They would have been right about it. No one could have expected to find Noble to night inside the old 4-square brick house of H. I. Atwater, Sr., chief of the Atwaters and father of two gentle Julia. Moreover, Mr. Atwater himself was not at present in the house. He had closed and locked it the day before, giving the servants a week's vacation and telling them not to return till he sent for them, and he had then gone out of town to look over a hominy mill he thought of buying. And yet, as the wake went on, there was a light in the house, and under that light sat Noble Dill. Returning home, after Florence had placed the shattering paper within his hand, Noble had changed his shoes and his tie. He was but a mechanism. He had no motive. The shoes he put on were no better than those he took off. The fresh tie was no lovelier than the one he had worn. Nor had it even the lucidity to be a purple one, as the banner of grief. No, his action was, if so viewed, crazy, as Aunt Fanny had called it. Agitation first took this form. That was all. Love and change of dress are so closely allied, and in happier days, when Noble had come home from work and would see Julia in the evening, he usually changed his clothes. No doubt there is some faint tracery here, probably too indistinct to repay contemplation. When he left the house he walked rapidly down town, and toward the end of this 1 mile journey he ran, but as he was then approaching the railway station no one thought him eccentric. He was, however, for when he entered the station he went to a bench and sat looking upward for more than 10 minutes before he rose, went to a ticket window, and asked for a timetable. "What road?" the clerk inquired. "All points south," said Noble. He placed the timetable, still folded, in his pocket, rested an elbow on the brass apron of the window, and would have given himself up to reflections, though urged to move away. Several people, wishing to buy tickets, had formed a line behind him. They perceived that Noble had nothing more to say to the clerk, and the latter encouraged their protests, even going so far as to inquire, "For heaven's sake, can't you let these folk buy their tickets?" And since Noble still did not move, "My gosh, have you got no feet?" "Feet? Oh, yes," said Noble gently. "I'm going away," and went back to his seat. After a while he sought to study his timetable. Ordinarily his mind was one of those able to decipher and comprehend railway timetables. He had few gifts, but this was one of them. It failed him now, so he wandered back to the ticket window and, after urgent coaching, eventually took his place at the end instead of at the head of the line that waited there. In his turn he came again to the window, and departed from it after a conversation with the clerk that left the latter in accord with Aunt Fanny Atwater's commiserating adjective, though the clerk's own pity was expressed in argot. "The poor nut," he explained to his next client, "wants to buy a ticket on a train that don't pull out until 10:35 tonight, and me filling it all out, stamping it and everything. What for? Turned out all his pockets and couldn't come within $8 of the price. Where you want to go?" Noble went back to his bench and sat there for a long time, though there was no time, long or short, for him. He was not yet consciously suffering, nor was he thinking at all. True, he had a dim, persistent impulse to action, or why should he be at the station? But for the clearest expression of his condition it is necessary to borrow a culinary symbol. He was jelling. But the state of shock was slowly dispersing, while a perception of approaching anguish as slowly increased. He was beginning to swallow nothing at intervals, and the intervals were growing shorter. Dusk was misting down outdoors when, with dragging steps, he came out of the station. He looked hazily up and down the street, where the corner lamps and shop windows now were lighted, and after dreary hesitation he went in search of a pawnshop, and found one. The old man who operated it must have been a philanthropist, for Noble was so fortunate as to secure a loan of $9 upon his watch. Surprised at this, he returned to the station and went back to the same old bench. It was fully occupied, and he stood for some time looking with vague reproach at the large family of colored people who had taken it. He had a feeling that he lived there and that these colored people were trespassers. But upon becoming aware that a part of an orange was being rubbed over his left shoe by the youngest of the children, he groaned abruptly and found another bench. A little after 6 o'clock a clanging and commotion in the train shed outside, attending the arrival of a through express, stirred him from his torpor, and he walked heavily across the room to the same ticket window he had twice blocked. But there was no queue attached to it now. He rested his elbow upon the apron and his chin upon his hand, while the clerk waited until he should state his wishes. This was a new clerk, who had just relieved the other. "Well, well," he said at last. "I'll take it now," Noble responded. "What'll you take now?" "That ticket." "What ticket?" "The same one I wanted before," Noble sighed. The clerk gave him a piercing look, glanced out of the window and saw that there were no other clients, then went to a desk at the farther end of his compartment and took up some clerical work he had in hand. Noble leaned upon the apron of the window, waiting, and if he thought anything, he thought the man was serving him. The high, vaulted room became resonant with voices and the blurred echoes of mingling footsteps on the marble floor, as passengers from the express hurried anxiously to the street, or more gaily straggled through, shouting with friends who came to greet them, and among these moving groups there walked a youthful, fine lady noticeably enlivening to the dullest eye. She was preceded by a brisk porter who carried two traveling bags of a rich sort, as well as a sack of implements for the game of golf; and she was warm in dark furs, against which the vasty clump of violets she wore showed dewy gleamings of blue. At sight of Noble Dill, more than pensive at the ticket window, she hesitated, then stopped and observed him. That she should observe anybody was in a way a coincidence, for, as it happened, she was herself the most observed person in all the place. She was veiled in two veils, but she had been seen in the train without these, and some of her fellow travelers, though strangers to her, were walking near her in a hypocritical way, hoping still not to lose sight of her, even veiled. And although the shroudings permitted the most meager information of her features, what they did reveal was harmfully piquant. Moreover, there was a sweetness of figure, a disturbing grace, while nothing could disguise her air of wearing that many violets casually as a daily perquisite and matter of course. So this observed lady stopped and observed Noble, who in turn observed her not at all, being but semi-conscious. Looked upon thoughtfully, it is a coincidence that we breathe; certainly it is a mighty coincidence that we speak to one another and comprehend. For these are true marvels. But what petty interlacings of human action so pique our sense of the theatrical that we call them coincidences and are astonished. That Julia should arrive during Noble's long process of buying a ticket to go to her was stranger than that she stopped to look at him, though still not comparable in strangeness to the fact that either of them, or any living creature, stood upon the whirling earth. Yet when Noble Dill comprehended what was happening, he was amazed. She spoke to him. "Noble," she said. He stared at her. His elbow sagged away from the window. The whole person of Noble Dill seemed near collapse. He shook. He had no voice. "I just this minute got off the train," she said. "Are you going away somewhere?" "No," he whispered, then obtained command of a huskiness somewhat greater in volume. "I'm just standing here." "I told the porter to get me a taxicab," she said. "If you're going home for dinner, I'll drop you at your house." I His articulation encountered unsurmountable difficulties, but Julia had been with him through many such trials aforetime. She said briskly, "I'm awfully hungry, and I want to get home. Come on, if you like." He walked waveringly at her side through the station, and followed her into the dim interior of the cab, which became fragrant of violets, an emanation at once ineffable and poisonous. "I'm so glad I happened to run across you," she said, as they began to vibrate tremulously in unison with the fierce little engine that drew them. "I want to hear all the news. Nobody knows I'm home. I didn't write or telegraph to a soul, and I'll be a complete surprise to father and everybody. I don't know how pleasant a one. You didn't seem so frightfully glad to see me, Noble." Am I?" he whispered. "I mean I mean I mean, didn't I?" "No," she laughed. "You looked you looked shocked. It couldn't have been because I'm ill or anything, because I'm not. And if I were, you couldn't have told it through these two veils. Possibly I'd better take your expression as a compliment." She paused, then asked hesitatingly, "Shall I?" This was a style for which the Atwaters held Julia responsible, but they were mistaken. She was never able to control it. Now she went cheerily on. "Perhaps not, as you don't answer. I shouldn't be so bold. Do you suppose anybody at all will be glad to see me?" I He seemed to hope that words would come in their own good time. "Noble!" she cried. "Don't be so glum!" And she touched his arm with her muff, a fluffy contact causing within him a short convulsion, naturally invisible. "Noble, aren't you going to tell me what's all the news?" "There's some," he managed to inform her. Some news." "What is it?" It's Never mind," she said soothingly. "Get your breath. I can wait. I hope nothing's wrong in your family, Noble." "No. Oh, no." "It isn't just my turning up unexpectedly that's upset you so, of course," she dared to say. "Naturally I know better than to think such a thing as that." "Oh, Julia!" he said. "Oh, Julia!" "What is it, Noble?" "Nothing," he murmured, disjoining the word. "How odd you happened to be there at the station," she said, "just when my train came in. You're sure you weren't going away anywhere?" "No. Oh, no." She was thoughtful, then laughed confidentially. "Oh, you're the only person in town that knows I'm home, Noble." "I'm glad," he said humbly. She laughed again. "I came all of a sudden, on an impulse. It's a little idiotic. I'll tell you all about it, Noble. You see, 10 or 12 days ago I wrote the family a more or less indiscreet letter. That is, I told them something I wanted them to be discreet about, and, of course, when I got to thinking it over, I knew they wouldn't. You see, I wrote them something I wanted them to keep a secret, but the more I thought about it, the more I saw I'd better hurry back. Yesterday it got into my head that I'd better jump on the next train for home." She paused, then added, "So I did." About 10 or 12 days is as long as anybody has a right to expect the Atwater family connection to keep the deadliest kind of secret, isn't it? And as he did not respond, she explained modestly. "Of course, it wasn't a very deadly secret. It was really about something of only the least importance." The jar of this understatement restored Noble's voice to a sudden and startling loudness. "Only the least importance?" he shouted. "With a man named Crum?" "What?" she cried. "Crum!" Noble insisted. "That's exactly what it said his name was." "What?" "Said his name was the North End Daily Oriole." "What in heaven's name is that?" "It's the children's paper, Herbert's and Florence's. Your own niece and nephew, Julia. You don't mean you deny it, do you, Julia?" She was in great confusion. "Do I deny what?" "That his name's Crum!" Noble said passionately. "That his name's Crum, and that he's a widower, and he's been divorced, and's got nobody knows how many children." Julia sought to collect herself. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. "If you mean that I happened to meet a very charming man while I was away, and that his name happened to be Crum, I don't know why I should go to the trouble of denying it. But if Mr. Crum has had the experiences you say he has, it is certainly news to me. I think someone told me he was only 26 years old. He looked rather younger." "You think someone told you?" Noble groaned. "Oh, Julia, and here it is, all down in black and white, in my pocket." "I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about." Julia's tone was cold, and she drew herself up haughtily, though the gesture was ineffective in the darkness of that quivering interior. The quivering stopped just then, however, as the taxicab came to a rather abrupt halt before her house. "Will you come in with me a moment, please?" Julia said as she got out. "There are some things I want to ask you, and I'm sure my father hasn't come home from downtown yet. There's no light in the front part of the house." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. There was no light in any other part of the house, they discovered, after abandoning the front door bell for an excursion to the rear. "That's disheartening to a hungry person," Julia remarked, and then remembered that she had a key to the front door in her purse. She opened the door and lighted the hall chandelier while Noble brought in her bags from the steps where the taxicab driver had left them. "There's nobody home at all," Julia said thoughtfully. "Not even Gammon." "No, nobody," her sad companion agreed, shaking his head. "Nobody at all, Julia, nobody at all." Rousing himself, he went back for the golf tools, and with a lingering gentleness set them in a corner. Then, dumbly, he turned to go. "Wait, please," said Julia. "I want to ask you a few things, especially about what you've got all down in black and white in your pocket. Will you shut the front door, if you please, and go into the library and turn on the lights, and wait there while I look over the house and see if I can find why it's all closed up like this?" Noble went into the library and found the control of the lights. She came hurrying in after him. "It's chilly. The furnace seems to be off," she said. But instead of declaring her intentions, she enacted them, taking a match from a little white porcelain trough on the mantelpiece and striking it on the heel of her glittering shoe. Then she knelt before the grate and set the flame to paper beneath the kindling wood and coal. "You mustn't freeze," she said with a thoughtful kindness that killed him, and as she went out of the door he died again, for she looked back over her shoulder. She had pushed up her veils, and this was his first sight of that disastrous face in long empty weeks and weeks. Now he realized that all his aching reveries upon its contours had shown but pallid likenesses, for here was the worst thing about Julia's looks. Even her most extravagant suitor, in absence, could not dream an image of her so charming as he found herself when he saw her again. Thus, seeing Julia again was always a discovery. And this glance over her shoulder as she left a room, not a honeyed glance, but rather inscrutable, yet implying that she thought of the occupant and might continue to think of him while gone from him, this was one of those ways of hers that experience could never drill out of her. "I'm Robinson Crusoe, Noble," she said, when she came back. "I suppose I might as well take off my furs, though." But first she unfastened the great bouquet she wore and tossed it upon a table. Noble was standing close to the table, and he moved away from it hurriedly, a revulsion that she failed to notice. She went on to explain, as she dropped her cloak and stole upon a chair. "Papa's gone away for at least a week. He's taken his ulster. It doesn't make any difference what the weather is, but when he's going away for a week or longer he always takes it with him, except in summer. If he's only going to be gone 2 or 3 days he takes his short overcoat. And unless I'm here when he leaves town he always gives the servants a holiday till he gets back. So they've gone and even taken Gammon with 'em, and I'm all alone in the house. I can't even get Kitty Silver back until tomorrow, and then I'll probably have to hunt from house to house among her relatives. Papa left yesterday, because the numbers on his desk calendar are pulled off up to today, and that's the first time he does when he comes down for breakfast. So here I am, Robinson Crusoe for tonight at least." "I suppose," said Noble huskily, "I suppose you'll go to some of your aunts or brothers or cousins or something." "No," she said. "My trunk may come up from the station almost any time, and if I close the house they'll take it back." "You needn't bother about that, Julia. I'll look after it." "How?" "I could sit on the porch till it comes," he said. "I'd tell 'em you wanted 'em to leave it." He hesitated, painfully. If you want to lock up the house, I could wait out on the porch with your trunk to see that it was safe until you come back tomorrow morning." She looked full at him, and he plaintively endured the examination. "Noble!" Undoubtedly she had a moment's shame that any creature should come to such a pass for her sake. "What crazy nonsense!" she said, and sat upon a stool before the crackling fire. "Do sit down, Noble, unless your dinner will be waiting for you at home." "No," he murmured. "They never wait for me. Don't you want me to look after your trunk?" "Not by sitting all night with it on the porch," she said. "I'm going to stay here myself. I'm not going out. I don't want to see any of the family to night." "I thought you said you were hungry." "I am, but there's enough in the pantry. I looked." "Well, if you don't want to see any of 'em," he suggested, "and they know your father's away and think the house is empty, they're liable to notice the lights and come in, and then you'd have to see 'em." "No, you can't see the lights of this room from the street, and I lit the lamp at the other end of the hall. The light near the front door," Julia added, "I put out." "You did?" "I can't see any of 'em to night," she said resolutely. "Besides, I want to find out what you meant by what you said in the taxicab before I do anything else." "What I meant in the taxicab?" he echoed. "Oh, Julia, Julia!" She frowned, first at the fire, then turning her head at Noble. "You seem to feel reproachful about something," she observed. "No, I don't. I don't feel reproachful, Julia. I don't know what I feel, but I don't feel reproachful." She smiled faintly. "Don't you? Well, there's something perhaps you do feel, and that's hungry. Will you stay to dinner with me, if I go and get it?" "What?" "You can have dinner with me, if you want to." "You can stay till 10 o'clock, if you want to." "Wait," she said, and jumped up and ran out of the room. Half an hour later she came back and called softly to him from the doorway, and he followed her to the dining room. "It isn't much of a dinner, Noble," she said, a little tremulously, being for once, though strictly as a cook, genuinely apologetic; but the scrambled eggs, cold lamb, salad, and coffee were quite as much of a dinner as Noble wanted. To him everything on that table was hallowed, yet excruciating. "Let's eat first and talk afterward," Julia proposed; but what she meant by "talk" evidently did not exclude interchange of information regarding weather and the health of acquaintances, for she spoke freely upon these subjects, while Noble murmured in response and swallowed a little of the sacred food, but more often swallowed nothing. Bitterest of all was his thought of what this unexampled seclusion with Julia could have meant to him, were those poisonous violets not at her waist, for she had put them on again, and were there no crumb in the South. Without these fatal obstructions the present moment would have seemed to him a bit of what he often thought of as dream life, but all its sweetness was a hurt. "Now we'll talk," said Julia, when she had brought him back to the library fire again, and they were seated before it. "Don't you want to smoke?" He shook his head dismally, having no heart for what she proposed. "Well, then," she said briskly, but a little ruefully, "let's get to the bottom of things. Just what did you mean you had in black and white in your pocket?" Slowly Noble drew forth the historic copy of the North End Daily Oriole, and with face averted placed it in her extended hand. "What in the world?" she exclaimed, unfolding it; and then as its title and statement of ownership came into view, "Oh, yes, I see. Aunt Carrie wrote me that Uncle Joseph had given Herbert a printing press. I suppose Herbert's the editor." "And that Reuter boy," Noble said sadly. "I think maybe your little niece Florence had something to do with it, too." "Something to do with it?" "She usually has all to do with anything she gets hold of. But what's it got to do with me?" "You'll see," he prophesied accurately. She began to read, laughing at some of the items as she went along. Then suddenly she became rigid, holding the small journal before her in a transfixed hand. "Oh!" she cried. "Oh!" That's what I meant," Noble explained. Julia's eyes grew dangerous. "The little fiends!" she cried. "Oh, really, this is a long suffering family, but it's time these outrages were stopped." She jumped up. "Isn't it frightful?" she demanded of Noble. "Yes, it is." he said with a dismal fervor. "Nobody knows that better than I do, Julia."
"I mean this!" she cried, extending the Oriole toward him with a vigorous gesture. "I mean this dreadful story about poor Mr. Crum."
"But it's true," he said.
"Noble Dill!"
"Julia."
"Do you dare to say you believed it?"
He sprang up.
"It isn't true?"
"Not one word of it.
I told you Mr. Crum is only 26. He hasn't been out of college more than 3 or 4 years, and it's the most terrible slander to say he's ever been married at all."
Noble dropped back into his chair of misery. "I thought you meant it wasn't true."
"I've just told you. There isn't one word of
"But you're engaged." Noble gulped. "You're engaged to him, Julia." She appeared not to hear this. "I suppose it can be lived down," she said. "To think of Uncle Joseph putting such a thing into the hands of those awful children." "But, Julia, you're
Noble!"
she said sharply.
"Well, you are
Julia drew herself up. "Different people mean different things by that word," she said with severity, like an annoyed schoolteacher. "There are any number of shades of meaning to words, and if I used the word you mentioned in writing home to the family I may have used a certain shade, and they may have thought I intended another."
"But, Julia "
"Mr. Crum is a charming young man," she continued with the same primness. "I liked him very much indeed. I liked him very, very much. I liked him very, very " "I understand," he interrupted. "Don't say it any more, Julia."
"No, you don't understand. At first I liked him very much.
In fact, I still do, of course. I'm sure he's one of the best and most attractive young men in the world. I think he's a man any girl ought to be happy with, if he were only to be considered by himself. I don't deny that. I liked him very much indeed. And I don't deny that for several days after he proposed to me, I don't deny I thought something serious might come out of it. But at that time, Noble, I hadn't really thought of what it meant to give up living here at home, with all the family and everything, and friends like you, Noble. I hadn't thought what it would mean to me to give all this up. And besides, there was something very important. At the time I wrote that letter mentioning poor Mr. Crum to the family, Noble, I hadn't " She paused, visibly in some distress. "I hadn't " "You hadn't what?" he cried.
"I hadn't met his mother."
Noble leaped to his feet.
"Julia, you aren't engaged?"
"I am not," she answered decisively. "If I ever was, in the slightest, I certainly am not now." Poor Noble was transfigured. He struggled, making half formed gestures, speaking half made words. A rapture glowed upon him. "Julia! Julia!" he choked. "Julia, promise me something. Will you promise me something? Julia, promise me something." "I will," she said quickly. "What do you want me to do?" Then he saw that it was his time to speak, that this was the moment for him to dare everything, and ask for the utmost he could hope from her. "Give me your word," he said, still radiantly struggling. "Give me your word, and your sacred promise, Julia, that you'll never be engaged to anybody at all." Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. At 6 minutes after 4 o'clock on the second afternoon following Julia's return, Noble Dill closed his own gate behind him and set forth upon the 4-minute walk that would bring him to Julia's. He wore a bit of scarlet geranium in the buttonhole of his new light overcoat. He flourished a new walking stick and new gray gloves. As for his expression, he might have been a bridegroom. Passing the mouth of an alley, as he swung along the street, he was aware of a commotion, of missiles hurled and voices clashed. In this alley there was a discord. Passion and mockery were here inimicably intermingled. Casting a glance that way, Noble could see but one person, a boy of 14 who looked through a crack in a board fence, steadfastly keeping an eye to this aperture and as continually calling through it, holding his head to a level for this purpose, but at the same time dancing, and dancing tauntingly, it was conveyed, with the other parts of his body. His voice was now sweet, now piercing, and again far too dulcet with the overkindness of burlesque. And if, as it seemed, he was unburdening his spleen was a powerful one and gorged. He appeared to be in a torment of tormenting, and his success was proved by the pounding of bricks, parts of bricks, and rocks of size upon the other side of the fence, as close to the crack as might be. "Oh, darling!" he wailed, his tone poisonously amorous. "Oh, darling Henry! O's dot de most booful eyes in a dray bid nasty world. Henry! Oh, has I dot booful eyes, darling Patty Waddy? Yes, I has. I has dot pretty eyes." His voice rose unbearably. "Oh, what prettiest eyes I dot, me and Herbie Atwater. Oh, my booful eyes! Oh, my booful!" But even as he reached this apex, the head, shoulders, and arms of Herbert Atwater rose momentarily above the fence across the alley, behind the tormentor. Herbert's expression was implacably resentful, and so was the gesture with which he hurled an object at the comedian preoccupied with the opposite fence. This object, upon reaching its goal, as it did more with a splash than a thud, was revealed as a tomato, presumably in a useless state. The taunter screamed in astonishment, and, after looking vainly for an assailant, began necessarily to remove his coat. Noble, passing on, thought he recognized the boy as one of the Torbin family, but he was not sure, and he had no idea that the episode was in any possible manner to be connected with his own recent history. How blindly we walk our ways! As Noble flourished down the street there appeared a wan face at a prison window, and the large eyes looked out upon him wistfully. But Noble went on, as unwitting that he had to do with this prison as that he had to do with Master Torbin's tomato. The face at the window was not like Charlotte Corday's, nor was the window barred, though the prisoner knew a little solace in wondering if she did not suggest that famous picture. For all purposes, except during school hours, the room was certainly a cell, and the term of imprisonment was set at 3 days. Uncle Joseph had been unable to remain at the movies forever. People do have to go home eventually, especially when accompanied by 13-year-old great-nieces. Florence had finally to face the question awaiting her, and it would have been better for her had she used less imagination in her replies. Yet she was not wholly despondent as her eyes followed the disappearing figure of Noble Dill. His wholesome sprightliness was visible at any distance, and who would not take a little pride in having been even the mistaken instrument of saving so gay a young man from the loss of his reason? No, Florence was not cast down. Day after tomorrow she would taste freedom again, and her profoundest regret was that after all her Aunt Julia was not to be married. Florence had made definite plans for the wedding, especially for the principal figure at the ceremony. This figure, as Florence saw things, would have been that of the flower girl, naturally a niece of the bride, but she was able to dismiss the bright dream with some philosophy. And to console her for everything, had she not a star in her soul? Had she not discovered that she could write poetry whenever she felt like it? Noble passed from her sight, but nevertheless continued his radiant progress down Julia Street. Life stretched before him, serene, ineffably fragrant, unending. He saw it as a flower-strewn sequence of calls upon Julia, walks with Julia, talks with Julia by the library fire. Old Mr. Atwater was to be away 4 days longer, and Julia, that great-hearted bride not to be, had given him her promise. Blushing, indeed, divinely, she had promised him upon her sacred word, never so long as she lived, to be engaged to anybody at all. End of Chapter 23. End of Gentle Julia by Booth Tarkington.